To have melanin embedded in our skin is a gift.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black?
Too strong?
Yeah.
We were born to be great.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black?
We were born to be great.
Peace, family. Yo, thank you for joining us. Right, and I'm thrilled to announce the fact that we are now releasing our first free e-course. Come and learn about GYP Journey, see some of the stuff we do. Come and join the tribe. Tribe up with us and check out the free e-course. We'll make sure that the URL pop up right about here. And it'll probably be somewhere in here. Check us out, family, because we are building. Come and learn about GYP Journey, and let's build together.
Putting trash on the air. Kill them if they don't leave us alone. Back to their master's throne. Pay the price for their hand in our fate. Fight them with more hate. Can't afford them no more. Sambo got to go. Our schools are filled with lies. Examine our people's cries. Our conditions says a lot about them. For power, who is him? Politician or in a pulpit? Give them all the cane instead. They hate us without pretense.
Good morning, world. It's a beautiful day. I walk outside in this
To have melanin embedded in our
I
skin.
want to do this quick introduction because this is going to be a morning podcast that I'm going to invest in and put myself into. And it's all about giving yourself permission. That stuck with me coming into the new year. And we want to give ourselves permission. So on a daily basis, those of you that are regular listeners, you'll be able to tune in and be able to hear me talking about different issues to give ourselves permission in. We hold ourselves back a lot of times because we don't authorize ourselves to be great. We don't authorize ourselves. We don't give ourselves the permission needed. And what I want to do is inspire you over the next 365 days through some of these podcasts, hopefully, to give yourself permission to do things that are above and beyond what you think you are. You know, because we have been brainwashed to feel that we are limited to certain things, and I want to help change that perspective on the GYP Journey. So the new show that I'm coming out with is called hashtag Give Yourself Permission. So get ready for a quick morning boost on most days, because I'm going to dedicate getting up to do this after I do my meditation, and I may even move my running into the morning. So give yourself permission. Now, what you need to be successful through this process is you're going to need a mirror so that you can go and look at yourself and give yourself permission after you get done listening to this. This is going to be a short 2 to 3 minute podcast. And with that, I'm going to say peace. Look me up at GYPjourney.com. I will put a tab for this radio show on there, so all you got to do is go straight to my blog, click on give yourself permission, and voila, you are here. You are here able to listen live, and you are here able to download podcasts. If you like the idea, share it, and I will see you in the morning. Peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter STAYHOME50. Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only prebiotic kombucha. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order.
Good morning and great day. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm greeting you here and giving yourself permission. And it's only appropriate that we start this session with the thing that got this thing rolling for me. Give yourself permission to be great. Each of us in our lives struggle and sometimes feel that we fall short. And we're very critical of ourselves, but every now and then we got to take the time to realize the greatness in which we exist and the greatness in which we are. Take some time today and reflect on your greatness. Reflect on impossible things that you have done and will do. See, only by making ourselves and realizing we are great will we be able to do great things, because great things only are done by great people. Now, those people weren't conceited. Those people weren't spiteful. Those people didn't lack humbleness. See, because being great, because we confuse being great with being an egomaniac. They're two separate things. Being great means that you can be good at what you do. Being great means that you could be the best at what you do. Being great means that you can do all these things and still remain humble. Still greet people and treat people like human beings. Give yourself permission to be great, because if you don't give yourself permission to be great, who will? If you don't start looking inside yourself and start pulling out the best, if you don't start demanding the best from yourself, and the best is being great, if you don't demand yourself to be great, who will? Now, I told y'all that I will keep this short. This is Brother Hatim, and I'd like to thank you for tuning in with me. Give yourself permission to be great, and I pray that your day will be as beautiful as you are. With that, I say peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter STAYHOME50.
Great day, great day. I'm off the run. My feet are cold, but that's cool. And I'm feeling good. I usually don't get up early on Saturdays, but I've been hyped because I got people clicking in. So I'm going to keep on giving if y'all going to keep on taking and then giving back by clicking. So now, this is where we at. Last night on Freestyle Friday, I talked about giving you a program. I only got 5 minutes, so let's roll through it real quick. We need to change your operating system. And the operating system that we are going to install, the software that we're going to install, is called Higher Self 2.0. We need to reboot and reprogram. You need to give yourself permission to reboot and to reprogram. When you reboot something, you usually got to turn it all the way off to allow the hardware to cool off and to settle down, and then you restart it, and then you do, like with phones, they got what they call over the air download. So right now, what y'all doing by tuning in to giving yourself permission is giving yourself an over the air download, an over the air update. We're gonna update your operating system to higher self 2.0. So here we go. We need to replace the garbage the world has given you with a new divine program called Higher Self 2.0. Now here we go. This is what it's going to provide. These are the 9 things that it's going to provide. 1, it'll help your system realize that it's whole and complete. And in other words, it's a holy process. It's your whole being is holy. Next, what's going to happen is it helps draw on the power that was suppressed by the old programs, helps smash old paradigms, and help you break through those self-perceived, those self-created limits. 3, it's going to help you draw information from your hard drive and the world faster, basically upgrading your operating system. 4, it defrags your internal life and helps align all parts of your being and help you move toward greatness as a unit. Then we're going to move to the 5th thing it's going to do. It's going to free your system to move and calculate life challenges at a quantum level. That's super fast. Unleashing power that has been drained while you were caught in your eternal loop of madness and confusion. 6, it enables your system to bring new order into your life, which frees up resources for you to help others. 7, allows your system to communicate clearly with the universal power source and the world, giving you the ability to more effectively act for and claim what you need and what you want. Number 8, it enables better cooperation with other systems around you and helps prevent viruses from reinfecting your hard drive. And the last thing that it provides, it realizes the interdependence, which increases your processing and miracle power to levels unheard of before. Now, when you install the software, that's what happens. So now let me finish it up. So now, these are some of the steps that you need to take to start doing it. Now, you see that I started the meditation and I started the physical workout. Now, these are 2 basic pieces that you need to start incorporating into your program to help you. Some type of workout where you use your physical body, or as we call it in geometry, you use your vessel. You know what I'm saying? You use this vessel and make it sweat. Second, you need to start meditating. This gives you time to start stilling your mind and being able to focus inward, taking your energy and focus inward. Now, my baby is on her way down here, so I'm about to stop this right now. But if you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment, hit me up on my blog, and we can move forward. Now, also, you could go to the Insight Timer app and join my meditation group. And you can kind of meditate with me. You can use my guided meditation, or you can use somebody else. Last but not least, in my new app, I'm going to have what I'm calling a rebooting meditation that I'm going to develop just for individuals on the journey, and that will be available through the app. So peace. This is Brother Tim, and may your day be as beautiful as you are. Remember, get in the mirror, look at yourself, give yourself permission to reboot and to reprogram yourself. And remember the benefits that I promise you that you will have when you move to your new software, Higher Self 2.0. 30 seconds over. I'm sorry. Peace. Great day, great day, great day. This is Brother Tim. I just got done and with my mind, I did my meditation this morning, and now is on to giving yourself permission. And today we want to give ourselves permission to mourn. To mourn. This year I lost 2 elders. One who I hadn't spoke to in years, and another one who I seen quite regularly. So I want to send shouts out to them. No More X. I had a dream about him last night, and Mama Malika. Also, I want to send out shouts to Nomo's wife, Miss Terry. So let's go on. I only got a couple minutes, so I want to make this quick. Have you ever noticed that the word mourn and mourning sound alike? Now, morning is that time of the day where we rise to greet the day. But it was always hard, so people called it morning because you had to let go of the dream world and come back into reality. Reality might have not been as comfortable or as peaceful as the dream world, but it was real, and you had to be totally conscious and ready and prepared to deal with it. It was hard to release the dream world. So we had the term mourn. When someone passes, when something passes, when someone leaves your life, when you change behaviors, when you give up addictions, you need a time to mourn, to miss, to allow those emotions of sadness, that emotion of grief, you allow it to move out your system. And by moving it and allowing it to cleanse, because this is a cleansing for us, but by allowing this to cleanse us out, it prepares us for what's coming new. And I know that's kind of hard for some of you, because we've been taught, like as men, we've been taught not to cry. We've been taught that we really not supposed to mourn. And I ain't just talking about somebody passing, because you may have had somebody pass in your life, but go on and mourn, because I remember reading in Maladona Soma's book, I can't remember the title, but he describes your mourning and your tears upon the, he describes those tears as the river that your ancestor spirit uses to go to the other realm. When we mourn, not only do we release ourselves, but we give that thing we're mourning the ability to move on. In a sense, we push it out, up, and away from us. We don't want to hold on to our ancestor spirit, because when we do that, we stop them from their next step in the evolution of life. What we want to do is we want to release them, so that we can open ourselves up for blessings. I'm saddened when I see people holding on to old things and not getting rid of them and not mourning them so that they can make room for the new things that are waiting to come in. How many new things have you turned away because you were still holding on and with a stranglehold to something that no longer wanted you? Whether it was a relationship, whether it was a job, whether it was somebody who passed away. We have to learn to let go, and mourning is about letting go of the dream and embracing reality. So my friend, I want to say to you, good morning. What shall you mourn today? This has been Brother Hatim. My master teacher is ready to go walking. For those that don't know, that's power, and he's upset that I'm out here and I'm not walking him. And yes, I said my dog is my master teacher. And if you got pets, you understand what I'm saying. And that's going to be one of my next ones. It's going to be learning to learn from everything. And with that, this is Brother Hatim. And I'm saying, have a great, marvelous, and spectacular day. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace. This is Brother Hatim. Oh, man, I was about to say I'm on mile 3. I'm actually on mile 1. Just finished my mile. I did my meditation this morning, and I went outside and took a run. I thought the weathermen were exaggerating, but It's cold out there, man. It's cold out there. And while I was out there, I was trying to think about what message can I bring for you this morning. We're coming out of the high holidays in America. They're the high holidays because most of the country celebrate in some form or fashion for a dedicated period of time. And work was not the same from like December 20th all the way through today, till this day, January 5th. Usually it's like January 2nd or something like that. Well, anyway, you go back to work. You're on your way back to work. What I don't want you to do is to get lulled back to sleep. To get lulled back to your deep hibernatic sleep that you were in. I want you to wake up and actualize your dream. You've been dreaming for this day for a long time. You have finally made a decision to make some changes. You have finally decided to take some actions. You have started taking small steps. I don't want you to go back to work and become a zombie again. I don't want you to go back to work and fall back to sleep. Now is the time to actualize your dream. Now is the time to start breathing life into your vision. Now is the time to start to work. I need you to stay committed. I need you to stay focused. You need you to do this. You have the right to give yourself permission to actualize your dreams. You have the right to live your dreams. You deserve it. Now, all you got to do is reach out for it. I know sometimes it's scary. I know when we get into these environments where everybody is expecting you to be one way, but you're trying to do something different. I know that feeling, but you got to you got to push through that. That is just the test. That's the test. Whenever we move to something new in our life, whenever we are about to receive a blessing, there's always a test. If you don't believe me, check all the holy scriptures and on the planet. Whenever there's a blessing coming, whenever there's a blessing about to be received, there's always a test. You are about to enter your test phase because you're coming off this holiday high, and you're about to start sliding down that hill, and it's that dream crusher called that job, that dream crusher called that school is waiting to eat you alive. It want to eat you and use your dream as a dessert. But I'm telling you, stand up for yourself. Actualize your dreams step by step. It's nothing big. We're taking small steps. On our journey, we take small steps because I learned a long time ago, a lot of times when you take those big giant steps, you're liable to hurt your ankle. So I'm erasing all excuses. We use a small step method. We're taking small steps. We're going to take small steps and we're going to make it through. And we're going to actualize your dream. We're going to bring your dream to life. We're going to give it the kiss of life. We're going to give it the breath of life. All you have to do is be willing to stick to it. All you have to do is to wake up and stop dreaming. Don't stop dreaming. Stop sleeping. Don't fall back to sleep. This has been Brother Hot Tim. I'd like to thank you for your time. Check out my other radio shows. I have a new magic hour about to come out. It's kind of rough. So, if you like hip hop, you can check it out. It's kind of rough, I'm being honest with you. All right. With that, I say peace. Oh, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace, this is Brother Hot Tim, and it is cold as hell. And when I say hell, I mean hell, because I am one to believe that hell is actually cold. And given a choice between dying by fire or dying by ice, I think I would jump in the fucking fire. I'm just being honest, excuse my language. But you are worthy. Now, I changed the title of the show. I'm going to start keeping track of the Delaware, and we want to know where we're going. But this one came upon me this morning while I was running, because I got up and I started running, and let me tell you how cold it was. I started running. Well, first off, let me explain this. When I woke up this morning, it was 8 degrees below zero. And my mind started looking for every excuse not to get up. I didn't have to do the show, blah, 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 blah. But then I thought about it. If I was able to get up in this cold weather, do my meditation, of course, inside, then get up and run by my choice. Not because I had to, because I wanted to, because I desired to do it, because I desired to make the change. If I was to take that one small step, it was a pain. Please brother, until again, I want to apologize, so I'm going to have to make this quick, because I'm outside and walking my dog. I don't know what happened, but what I was saying was, hopefully y'all got that last part, but I figured that if I get up and do what I wanted to do, I want to help people make changes in their lives. I want to make change in my life. I want to make a difference. If I get up and do this one small step, this painful small step, and get out here and run, and then get up and do a show, then I will be setting a perfect example. I will be becoming the change that I want to see, and hopefully it will motivate more people. Plus, it will be good for me. So I got up and I did it and I ran. And now I'm out here right now walking my dog. So let me finish with this small step. It's important that we start breaking up our goals into very small steps. Usually what happens is we set goals. At the beginning of the new year, on New Year's Eve, we make these big promises, or during birthdays, we make these big promises to ourselves about changes that we're going to make. But these changes are so big that they become overwhelming. So what we need to learn how to do is to start breaking it down in small steps. And let me give you an example from my life. I'm a runner. And today while I was running, those of you that know in Ohio, it is one big sheet blanket. It's like the ice age is coming back. So I'm running in some 5-on-5 finger shoes, and I got to keep my balance. Now, it's easier for me to keep my balance in those shoes, but I'm running on ice, or I got to run in the snow. So I prefer to run on the ice. So I'm running on the ice, and every time I try to extend my stride, every time I try to take a big step, I slip. Every time I try to take a big step, I slip. So I started shortening my steps. And as I start shortening my steps, I start finding out I start moving faster. I shortened my steps, and I was able to start running longer. Now, when I started shortening my steps, I started improving because I was able to focus a little bit more on the step. Now, and this is another thing I got while I was running. This was brought to my consciousness. I was running one day and I got real tired, and I told myself, just take one more step, one more small step. And by doing that, I was able to push myself to continue on my journey, to continue on my run by taking small steps. So when we start getting into setting our goals, we need to start setting up the small steps. We look at the big goal, the big overarching goal, but we set up small, achievable steps. I call them elements. We complete the elements of our journey. We go on someplace. We know where we want to go, but we know we got a whole bunch of points in between that we got to go through to get there. So let's go and respect those points. Let's get the focus on those points that they need, those elements that they need. And then also with each accomplishment of each element is a victory. And victory is addictive. Victory is fun. Victory is something that we like because we get to celebrate it. So what I'm saying is, when you set up these small steps, you set up small victories and get to celebrate those victories, and it makes it better and it makes it funner to achieve your goals. This is what I tell. Give yourself permission to make small steps. This is show 6, and I'll see you in the morning. With that, I say peace, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace.
Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only kombucha made with an organic plant-based prebiotic fiber called xylo oligosaccharides. You will love our 3 tasty and naturally effervescent flavors: ginger peach, tropical mango, and apple mint, each with only 10 grams of sugar per can. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order. Wonderdrink.com, code STAYHOME50. Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only prebiotic kombucha. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order.
Peace and good morning. Good morning in the geometry sense of the word. Good morning. What have you released in the last day and moving into today? And great day. Good morning and great day. And when I salute the day, I'm not saluting necessarily the greatness in the day. I'm saluting the greatness in you. Now on to the point today. I'm running outside today and it's cold, no doubt, but compared to what it was yesterday, it is downright warm out here. My feet still numb. I'm sore a little bit, but not like yesterday. And it's funny how life has a way of throwing things into perspective for us. And saying that, I'm going to get into what I want to talk about today. We just came out of the Kwanzaa season, and I'm going to run through the principles. 1 is important. They are important. 2, I have a book called The Player's Pyramid that uses the principles. So I like to stress the principles because they're personal principles that I use. So we're going to talk about giving yourself permission to practice unity. Now, but I don't want us to look at unity in a way that everybody appears to be talking about unity. Unity to a lot of people that I run into is about you getting along with others, with other people out there, with other things, and being unified with the universe and the stars. And all that is beautiful. And all that is something that we can work to. But the type of unity that I want us to focus on today, the type of unity I want you to give yourself permission to practice today is this: unity of self. Now, in geometry definition, self is the absolute, complete, and perfect qualities of a being that are not defined by external circumstances. I always mix up that last part, but don't worry about it. I got it posted on 1,000 different places. But basically, the self is composed of different parts, and each of these parts are experiencing life, and we have to recognize that. The mental self is experiencing life different than the emotional self, and the emotional self is experiencing life different than the spiritual self, and the spiritual self is experiencing life differently than the physical self, and the physical self is experiencing life different than the intuitional self. Now, basic vocabulary. You have IMESP, the 5 aspects of the human being: intuitional, mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical. Now, we talk about trying to unify everything else outside of us and trying to work along with people. But you got a war roaring within yourself. Have you tried and strived to work to unify those 5 beings within yourself? And I'm not talking about schizophrenia. We all know the struggle that we have with our emotions. We all know the struggle we have with our mind. We all know the struggle we have with our spirit and our body. We all know this. We know that we doubt our intuition. What I'm challenging you to do, what I'm calling you in order so that you can reach out and grab what is truly yours, is to practice unity first within you. Can you unite your intuition with your mental and your emotional and your spiritual and your physical quality? Can you bring all these things together within you? Because when you are able to focus all that energy into that's in you, you become who you really was meant to be. And all that energy is focused through the lens that you call you. And the power that erupts up out of that is so intense and so powerful that there's nothing that can stop. There's nothing that can stop you from doing what you want to do. This is Brother Hotel, and I almost lost my time. And I'm saying peace. Thank you for listening. Be sure to check out my other shows. Be sure to check out my blog at www.GYPJourney.com. Look on the top tab. Got all links to all my books, links to all my blogs, links to all my podcasts. Another Mile 3 is coming. On Mile 3 is coming soon, so stay tuned. And with that, I say peace, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. With that, I say peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter Stay Home 50. Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only kombucha made with an organic plant-based prebiotic fiber called xylo oligosaccharides. You will love our 3 tasty and naturally effervescent flavors: ginger peach, tropical mango, and apple mint, each with only 10 grams of sugar per can. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order. Wonderdrink.com, code STAYHOME50.
Great day, great day. Good morning. Good morning. What have you released from your life today? What have you released so that you could allow something new into your life? Once again, I say good morning from a journey standpoint for those who's been following me. And also I say great day, because I want you to go out and achieve greatness on this day. Greatness doesn't just happen just one, there's one random event. Greatness is something that we work towards. So every day, those of you on the journey, we're moving one step towards greatness. So here we go. Now, yesterday I spoke about unity. Today I'm going to talk about self-determination. Now, those of you that know that was shopping know that you'll recognize I'm going to be doing some things different, because I had to adjust the principal system, and I call it the Millennium 7. So today we're talking about self-determination. And the most important part of this, especially with what I've been dealing with this week, is the ability to define yourself for yourself. Being able to define yourself. A lot of people get caught up in just the words and what people call you or how people look at you. But the most important part of that is how you look at and how you define yourself. Part of being a slave, part of being a wage slave, a corporate slave, or just basically a straight out 100% slave is when individuals can define you. That's why when you get into your job, you get a job description. You walk in, they don't let you come in and be you. No, you got to be the person that does A, B, C, and D. I'm paying you for this. You are a worker. You are a slave. Part of being a slave is being defined. So now when we want to start taking our life back, when we want to start taking control of our life, we have to start writing our own descriptions of who we are. Like you got a job description, I want you to define who Lois is. I want you to define who Kwame is. I want you to define who you are, so that when you introduce yourself to the world, you can introduce yourself properly. You can introduce yourself as an individual that has took time to define themselves. When you define something, that's when you have the power. It ain't just in being able to name something. It's what you call, what you are able to define it as. And when it comes to you shaping your reality, we have to start learning how to start defining what happens to us. When something that other people would look at as bad happens to you, you have to be able to step back and define it for yourself and not for everybody. There's a quick story that I had that I ran into before about an old man who lost his horse, and his friends came around. They said, "Oh man, that's horrible. You lost your horse." He said, "We should see." And his horse ran out and came back with a whole herd of wild horses. And he said, "Oh my God, you're so lucky." And he said, "Yeah, we should see." Okay. And so one of his sons got on a horse, one of the wild horses, and the horse bucked him off, and he fell down. He broke his leg. And his friend came back and said, "Oh man, that's so unfortunate." And the old man said, "We shall see." So the military is about to wage a campaign in the war, and they come through all the villages taking the children. But because his son's leg was broke, the military didn't take his son. And they said, "Oh, you're so lucky." The man said, "We shall see." See, this man wasn't waiting for and listening to what other people define his lot in life as. First off, he had a wait and see attitude. Second off, he was allowing things to unfold so that he could define them for himself. He wouldn't just react to something. He didn't look at the herd of horses coming as a blessing. He didn't look at his son falling off as a curse. He didn't look at the horse running away as a blessing or a curse. He just sat there, in a sense, and sat still and allowed himself to get some perspective so that he could look at it from an outside angle. And when we start defining our lives, what we want to do is kind of sometimes remove ourselves out from the center so that we could look at what's going on as a whole, so that we could get a clear idea, so that we could start defining the things that's going on for us in our lives. So now, this is Brother Hatim. I said I'll keep this to 5 minutes, and I'd like to thank y'all for listening. Be sure to check out my other shows on Mile 3. I did one last night. I did a GYP Journey yesterday. We got another Magic Hour coming out soon. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be doing a Freestyle Friday, and I might be doing something tonight. So if you would, please follow. I'd like to thank all those followers, and with that, I say peace, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace. Great day, good morning. And once again, I ask, what have you put away from your life? Morning. Good morning, and a great day. This is Brother Hatim coming at you again with another session 9 actually, of Give Yourself Permission. Yesterday, I talked about determination, self-determination. And I'm going to take a different lean on where I was going and use another term. Now, to do something, you take time. All right, this is where I turn and continue with where I left off. Sometimes this funk don't, well, I still suggest to everybody to get a Spreaker account. But anyway, so, as I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted, that you start with the respect, the internal respect. respecting ourselves. And to truly respect ourselves, not just be nice and kinder to ourselves, not just kiss our reflection in the mirror. We have to really take a deep second look. Because when we look at the word respect, respect means to look again. So a lot of times, I want you to, those of you on the journey, I want you to take some time today and step back and really look at yourself. Not just at how you look, not just at how your hair done, not just on what you got on, not just at your jewelry, not just at your makeup. I want you to step back and look at you. I want you in the mirror exercise, when you're giving yourself permission this morning, I want you to really look at you. And I want you to look at the marvelous creation that is standing before you in that reflection. I want you to truly respect yourself. I want you to take time to reflect on who you really are. I want you to relook at why you was born. I want you to relook at what you're supposed to be doing. Because there's no way we're going to really ever give anyone or anything proper respect if we do not properly respect ourselves. And most of us have not taken the time. Most of us have not sat down and really looked at who we are. Now we may have looked at our name on our birth certificate, and we may have aligned ourselves with who's born, and we may have done the numerology, but have we really looked at ourselves? Today, I want you to give yourself permission to be respected and to respect others. I want you to give yourself permission to respect yourself. Because from that self-respect and from that self-love, the thing that's going to grow is going to be so beautiful and so powerful that other people are going to be affected. Other people is going to feel the light of your love. Other people is going to feel they're going to feel you look again. This is your brother Hakim. I'm outside in the snow. And I'm going to have a great day. I want you to have a great day. I'm trying to mourn something right now. So, you know, send your brother some energy. And I'll send you some. And I pray that your day is as beautiful and wonderful as you are. And those of you that take the time to really listen to my show, I truly appreciate you. Like I said, this is our unit. So let's get out there and get it. With that, let's say peace. Peace. It's Brother Hatim, and I'm on not my fault. Let's give yourself permission. Now, I took off today. I woke up kind of late. It's Saturday. I did my meditation and I started running, and my energy wasn't where I really wanted to be. So instead of doing a 8 or a high 7-minute mile, I ended up doing a 10-minute mile. And I was kind of frustrated with myself. But then I thought about what I was supposed to be talking about today, because now we're moving in through the Millennium 7. We're moving through these principles, and the principle that just happened to come up today is gratitude, being grateful, showing gratitude. And as I was running, kind of being hard on myself, I finally relaxed, decided to start taking it easy and just embrace where I was, because there's many people that can't get up and run. There's many people who want to run but just don't have the willpower to do it. It's some people who don't have the ability to see the things that I see, or hear the sounds that I'm hearing, or can even afford a cell phone to run and listen to while I'm running and keep track. Some people who don't have anybody to talk to or a means to really express themselves. Some people that don't even have the freedom to do some of the things that I do. Some people who didn't have the luxury of being able to sleep in on Saturdays. And I started thinking about this whole piece of me and gratitude. And the conclusion I came to was, shut up, Hatim, and be grateful for where you are and what you have. And many of us give away our power in this way by not being grateful for what we have. I'm not saying be satisfied and just stay stuck. But what I'm saying is be grateful for what you have. Look into your life situation, look into your life story, and find those things that you could be grateful for and magnify those things. Because a lot of times the things that we are ungrateful for are the things that take center stage in our conversations, take center stage in our lives, take center stage in our relationships, and they tear all those things up. When it would be healthier for us to look at the things that we are grateful for. So today I want you to give yourself permission to be grateful. I want you to reach down into yourself as you look in the mirror and look at yourself and say, I am grateful. I give myself permission to be grateful. And look at all the things that you have to be grateful about and skip over all the things that may be causing you problems now. And even take some time to look into some of the problems that you have and see where you can get some, where you can show some gratitude in there. Now, the root word of gratitude is grace. And grace is an undeserved favor. So now, as we are practicing gratitude, we also can practice receiving and giving grace. It's a power in that. It's a power in once you start giving and receiving gracefully, that empowers you and gives you the ability to not only overcome your issues, but to at least shine a light from you that other people can see that no matter how bad their issues are, there's always something that can come. There's always a betterment that can be found. When we become grateful for where we are and what we have, it gives us power. And I want you to give yourself to practice gratitude, give yourself permission to practice gratitude today. Be grateful. You can't do nothing but just for the day. Just be grateful throughout the day. Now, this has been Brother Hatim. This is Give Yourself Permission hashtag. If you heard something you like, hashtag it, send it out. I'm going to go to my website and update this right now. And I want to thank you for your time and the blessing that you have given me. This is session 10. We had a milestone, y'all. We done made 10 of them. If you've been listening to all 10 of these, you should start seeing some results in your life. Well, my fault. If you have listened and applied some of these things that we've been talking about over the last 10 days, you should begin seeing some results because this is our year. So with that, Brother Hatim says, peace, and you have a beautiful day. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Because remember, your day can't be more beautiful than you are. So if you are not beautiful, then I don't know what type of day you're going to have. I would prefer to have a beautiful day. So be your beautiful self. And with that, I say peace. Good morning in the journey's usual mantra. Good morning. What have you released and what have you started to embrace? What are you grateful for? And great day. This is Brother Hatim coming to you with session 11. Now, when I woke up this morning, my body wasn't feeling it. My eyes open at 4, but nothing else would move. 4:30, nothing else would move. 5 o'clock, nothing else would move. I told myself I'd get up at 5:30. Nothing would move. As a matter of fact, next time I opened my eyes, it was 7. Then 7 moved to 7:30. And then finally, I was able to push myself up. And we often run into issues like this. where our mind is willing, but our body is not, or our body is willing, or our mind is not, or our body and our mind is willing, but our emotions are not, or our body and our mind and our emotions are willing, but our spirit is not, or the intuition is telling you not, you shouldn't do it. And we need to start learning how to listen to all these elements, but we need to get all these elements of ourselves, the intuition, the mental, the emotional, the spiritual, and the physical are lined up. And as I told you before, when we start aligning them, we become powerful beyond our imagination. Now, let's move on to what we need to cover today. And one of the things that I was thinking about how I was going to bring across this next principle, because after gratitude, we move to purpose. Purpose, which is a favorite principle, is a favorite catchphrase for everyone out there. But one of the things that I'm noticing is, as I move through life, I'm noticing people are on holding patterns. And let me explain. Once, when I was flying to another country, I don't know where I was flying. The plane was circling around the city, and I asked the stewardess, I said, why don't we just land? And the stewardess said, we can't land now, sir. We are in a holding pattern, and we are waiting for permission to land. We're waiting for permission to land. A lot of us are like that plane. We are in a holding pattern, and we're circling our life. We're not really involved with it. We're surviving. We're circling our life. We're circling our purpose, and we're waiting for permission from the tower to land. And we keep listening to the radio, hoping that someone will recognize that we are in this holding pattern. And at the whole time that we are in this holding pattern, physically we are being wore out. Mentally we are being wore out. Emotionally we are being drained. Spiritually we are being worn out. And physically we are being worn out. And our intuition is telling us this is not what we are supposed to be doing. And we keep sending and asking for permission from the tower, not realizing that you are the person inside the tower. The only thing keeping you from landing and living your life on purpose and in purpose, the only thing that's stopping you from landing in your purpose and doing your purpose is you. You're waiting for permission from someone else to give you so that you can do what you were supposed to be doing in the first place. This is Brother Hatim telling you. This is me telling you, reaching out to you and telling you, get out the holding pattern. You can give yourself permission to land. Land your plane and begin to live your life. Land yourself and begin to live your life. Land in your purpose. Purpose means reason, and the important thing about reason is this. With a reason, you can do anything. This is why purpose is so important. When we identify our purpose and when we start moving in our purpose, we start seeing mountains move. We start seeing paths where there was no path before. Miracles begin to blossom in our lives when we start living on purpose, in our purpose, immersed in our purpose. So today I want you to look in the mirror and give yourself permission to find and to live your purpose on purpose. This is Brother Hatim, and I told you I keep these down to 5 minutes. I'm a little bit over. You have a beautiful day. Check out my other shows. I have a new Magic Hour out for those that like hip hop and want to explore. I have a new Mile 3 that just came out, I think on Tuesday or Thursday. My fault. I did a Freestyle Friday. Check that out. And I'm gonna be doing a blog because I'm gonna have to start getting back into the blogging thing. But this is Brother Hatim, praying that your day is as beautiful as you are. Give yourself permission. Great day, great day, great day. Good morning. What have you released today? This brother Action coming at you with give yourself permission. And today after my run, I'm feeling kind of tight in my lower back and in my hips, but like I said, I'm moving through, so I don't have to run as fast. So I can run and just pace myself a little bit slower, and I'm gonna slow down the pace maybe tomorrow to give my body a rest. But I just want to keep in constant motion so that I can continue bringing this information to you, because the rules of this show is that unless I do my meditation for at least 10 minutes and run at least a mile, I can't do the show for that day. So and I'm amped about the show. And yesterday we did purpose. Now we're gonna move to creativity. Give yourself permission to unleash your creativity. Give yourself permission to be creative. Give yourself permission to create. Creativity is a very important principle moving into this new paradigm that we're moving into. And I'm not just talking about no spiritual stuff. I'm talking about in life in general. If you have been following the news, the technological news, you know that they got drones that's going to be delivering goods. They got cars that drive themselves. They got self-healing clothes. They got 3D printers. They got clothes that don't get wet anymore. So we're moving into a time where we are going to have to learn how to create. We're going to have to learn how to add value to things that already exist. And we are going to have to go inside and unleash our creativity. And part of doing this is, one, getting in tune with who we are. Like I said, align those 5 parts of the self. The intuition, the mental, the emotional, the spiritual, and the physical. We need to learn how to link all 5 of those things together so that we can pull on this internal energy that we have in ourselves and unleash our creativity, because we're moving into a time where there will be no jobs like we are used to today. We look at the schools. In a minute, you will have one teacher for every 100 students, because the way they're going to be using these iPads and stuff, they're privatizing the schools. They're going to have robots. It's going to be able to do a lot of the basic skills that we do, like working at McDonald's, maybe even as prison guards. So we're going to have to come up with more creative ways to be able to add value and to create opportunities for ourselves. When we plug into our creativity, we're plugging into something much bigger than ourselves. We're plugging into something much older than ourselves. Well, actually not ourselves, but much older than us in this incarnation right now. And we pull on the wisdom of the universe. We pull on the wisdom of the Creator. We pull on the wisdom of our ancestors. And we unleash something new into the world. We take time and we participate in the process of creation and destruction, which is a very powerful process, which means that in some form of fashion, we take absolutely nothing and bring something into reality. And it's not no hocus pocus. There's a lot of work that goes into it. There's a lot of mental focus. There's a lot of emotional focus. There's a lot of physical work that goes on with this. But we got to realize that it is available to us. See, because in the place that America is in today, we don't need another generation of job seekers. We need a generation of job creators. Actually, we don't even need the generation that's coming. We need this generation. We need my generation and below. We need individuals who are into creating jobs. This means we have to pull on our creativity now, because if we don't start pulling on it now, as the world shifts, we're going to lose our place. And as we lose our place, as we start losing our place, we're going to fall back into a hole that we are working ourselves out of right now. So today I want you to give yourself permission to be creative. Be creative in how you look at your purpose. Be creative in how you look at your job for now. Be creative and come up with some new idea that you are going to go and work and bring to fruition. A new idea. Give yourself permission to be creative. Give yourself permission to create. This is Brother Tim. I'd like to thank you for joining me, for give yourself permission and give yourself permission to be great. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as yours. Peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter Stay Home 50. Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only kombucha made with an organic plant-based prebiotic fiber called xylo oligosaccharides. You will love our 3 tasty and naturally effervescent flavors: ginger peach, tropical mango, and apple mint, each with only 10 grams of sugar per can. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order. Wonderdrink.com, code STAYHOME50.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Once again, I ask you, what have you released over the night? What will you mourn today so that you can move towards your greatness and great day? This is Brother Tim coming with you with Give Yourself Permission. And we finally made it to session 13. And on session 13, we'll cover the last of the Millennium 7, the new Millennium 7, and it's trust. The word is trust, and when you trust in something, you believe, you have faith in. And of course, if you've been following the logic of the show, if you've been following the thought lines that I've been laying out for you, you understand that first, I'm not going to tell you to have trust in somebody outside yourself or something outside yourself. I'm going to tell you that the most important trust is to have trust for yourself. Trust within yourself. Trust. You must trust yourself. We all have been given a purpose. We all, in some form or fashion, have a vision. The vision may have been clouded by the madness of life, but it's there. And we got to dig down, we got to find it. But once we find this purpose and once we get this vision, we have to have trust in ourselves to carry it through. We have to have trust. We have to have faith. We have to have belief in who we are. We have to have trust in what the Creator or whatever you believe in has put in you. There's been a lot of investment in you. In one of my talks, I talk about I am the conspiracy, and the piece that I need you to understand is that you are the conspiracy of millions of people and a higher power. They all schemed just for you to be here this moment. So you have to have trust in your destiny. You have to have trust in yourself. You have to have trust in your abilities. And you have to develop that trust. And how do you develop that trust in your abilities, in your skills? You practice. You practice. Everybody don't have to see you practice, but you have to get out there and you have to practice. You have to practice using your skill. You have to practice. You got to practice that skill. You got to put it to work so that you can develop the trust in it. Trust is something that we just can't necessarily just sit down and give somebody. We have to, in a sense, measure a tree by the fruit that it bears. Now, that's why when I talk about trust now, we're going to move it a little bit outside of ourselves. We have trust in ourselves. We have trust in our teachers, our ancestors, our Creator. We have trust in those things. Now, when I say teacher, I'm not just necessarily talking about those teachers that you sit up in school with at the board. You trust those individuals who have invested some of their life energy into you. Your teachers. A teacher invests life energy into you. A teacher helps you find your answer. A teacher does not give you your answers. So you have to, when you find a teacher, you have to have that trust in that teacher. If the teacher is giving you answers, then you might need to run. The teacher needs to give you things to think about so that you can find an answer for yourself. So find someone that you can trust to help move you to where you want to go. A coach, a teacher, call them what you want. Now, this is the last piece of trust. We have to be wise enough to, going back to what I said earlier, learn to judge a tree by its fruit. So now when we start building our circle around us, because all of you, as we move towards this successful year, we're going to start building teams. So we're going to have to start having people around us. Trust what you see and what people do as you start selecting people for your team. Don't trust in necessarily just your feelings about them. Trust in what they do and trust in what you see them produce. We don't want you just going out here and blindly just throwing your trust around, because what's going to happen is then you going to stay stuck. See, because a lot of times we start putting trust in the wrong things because our five parts of us are out of line. And because they're out of line, we don't know really where to put the trust. So let's start with first trusting ourselves, then developing more trust within ourselves by perfecting our skill, by learning to use our skills. And then from there, we can move outward, finding a coach, finding a teacher to help push it towards the next level. We got trust in our ancestors. We got trust in our Creator. And last but not least, as we start building our team, we start learning to trust what we see in people as far as what they produce. We want to judge the tree by its fruit. And as they say, a good tree produces good fruit. A bad tree produces bad fruit. And a good tree does not produce bad fruit, and a bad tree does not produce good fruit. So we need to understand that and start using that and start applying and start giving our trust to those people who are going to be able to carry through on what we start out as working on, whether it's a personal relationship, whether it's a business relationship, or whatever. This is Brother Hunter Tim. I want to pray that your day is as beautiful as you are, and you have a marvelous, magnificent, and glorious, great day. Give yourself permission to trust yourself. Give yourself permission to trust. This is Brother Hunter Tim. God, I say peace.
Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only prebiotic kombucha. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order.
Great day. Great day. Good morning. This is Brother Hunter Tim coming at you again with giving yourself permission. And those that are new, we are giving ourselves permission in 2014 and beyond to move to a different level of living. Economically, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, we are moving. And I'd like to welcome all of you. Great day. Now the rules of the show are very simple. I have to run a mile and do at least 10-minute meditation before I do the show. I'm done with the meditation, I'm done with the mile, and here I am. So today, I want you to give yourself permission to learn something new. Take time out your busy schedule and learn something new. Learn something new about yourself, of course. Learn something new about a close friend. Learn something new about somebody you're in a relationship, a close personal relationship with. Learn something new about a family member, a historical family member. Learn something new about a historical people. Something new. Because the powerful thing about learning, about becoming a student, when we become a student, we have to humble ourselves. And that humbleness is a very powerful thing because it opens us up. Because once we start opening up and learning one thing, we tend to start seeing more things. For those of you that are too busy, but I ain't got time to be mine. I'm too old, blah, 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 blah. The day moved too fast. There's books on MP3 now. There's books on tape that you can listen while you drive into work. But take time to learn because it builds you up. It gives you information. I started reading or listening to books that I would never have opened up if I didn't get them on MP3. I'm learning about economics right now. I learned a little bit about silver. I'm learning about diet. I'm learning about running. Those of you that's trying to lose weight, study about the human body and study your body. What is it that you can do? What is it that you shouldn't do? You know what I'm saying? Look at your sleep pattern. Study. When you start studying, you start opening yourself up for the universe to talk to you. Many of us are missing our opportunities because we refuse to give ourselves permission to study, and because we're not studying what's going on around us, we're missing our opportunities. And most of the time, I'm going to say all the time, blessing come as opportunity. When you miss the opportunity, even though it might seem hard, when you miss the opportunity, you let the blessing go. You give the blessing away to someone else. So don't give away the blessing because you're too old or you think you know everything. And that's a whole other piece you got to get out of. Even in our career fields, there's always something new we can learn. There's always somebody we could learn from. Even somebody new, because sometimes people with a new view or something, sometimes people who are dealing with a situation or an idea and it's new and they're new to the field, they bring a perspective that field may have been missing for a long time. People from the outside, that's why they call it cross-fertilization. When somebody from one area of study starts working in another field, so he or she brings a whole new packet of information, a whole new view of the world that helps this one view expand and grow. Cross-fertilization of ideas. Be open up. Open yourself up to the world. Open yourself up to the universe, because the world is a lot bigger than you think. And the universe is definitely bigger than you think. And you're limiting yourself. You're limiting your own growth by not taking the time to learn. Give yourself permission today to learn something new. Learn about yourself. Learn about the earth. Learn about your family and friends. Learn about the stars. Learn about economics. Learn about politics. Just take the time to learn something and watch as your world starts to open up, because we can't claim 2014 if we're not willing to open up and start learning. We got to show that humbleness. So if you're not going to be able to learn from these books and learn from people, how are you going to be able to learn from the coming year? How are you going to be able to learn from the present moment that you can't really necessarily see or touch, in a sense? You know what I'm saying? When you can't learn from stuff that's sitting right in front of you. This present moment is teaching us and preparing us to walk into our time. But we're not learning because we don't know how to learn. We've forgotten. And learning takes practice. Learning is a skill. So give yourself permission to learn. This is Brother High Tim. Once again, I'm a little bit over, but I'd like to thank you for taking the time, for checking me out. Feel free to follow me on Google+, GYP Journey. Go to GYPJourney.com. You can check out my books. Follow me on Facebook, GYP Journey, of course. All right. With that, Brother High Tim says peace. And you spell High Tim HA2TIM. If you want to follow me on Twitter or look for me on Facebook or Google+. With that, I say peace. Good morning and great day. Late, but I'm feeling great. I started off a little bit slower this morning, and I want to apologize to those that was waiting at 5:30 because that is usually the time that I do the show. But the show is on, it's up, and it's popping. But listen, this morning, after my on mile 3 last night, it's important that we take it a little bit further. Last night I talked about, are you a passive noun or an active verb in your life? And as I was waking up this morning and getting ready to get out, finishing up my meditation, it started ringing in my head, what we're going to talk about today. And I started thinking about it. Forgiveness. And I'm calling this forgive so that you can live. Give yourself permission to forgive so that you can live. Because many of us, or what I have noticed, build up who we are, not on the positive aspects of our lives, but a lot of times on the negative side of life. We define ourselves by our struggles, and we hold on to these struggles, at least it appears to me. And in holding on to those struggles, we hold on to the regret, we hold on to the anger, we hold on to the sadness, we hold on to the sorrow. We have not yet claimed victory and moved forward. We have not forgiven. And I think for us to move in full force in 2014, we got to learn to forgive so that we can live. When you forgive, first it starts inwards. We forgive ourselves for those things that we could not control. Yes, people are upset with themselves because things happen in their life that they have absolutely no control of it. You could not control what your father did. You could not control what your mother did or what they are doing now. You could not control the neighborhood you was born in. You could not control the people around you. You could not control a majority of the events that affected you as a child. But many people use these as touchstones for their life. And they're ruining their life because they're holding on to this anger at themselves. They haven't forgiven themselves. They haven't let go. They haven't claimed victory. Because if you are sitting here listening to me now, you have overcome and you have victory, and you just don't recognize it. You have not forgiven yourself. How can you hold yourself? You wouldn't hold anybody else accountable in the way that you hold yourself accountable. You would not hold anybody else responsible for what their father did to them or what their mother did to them, but yet you do that to yourself. Many of you parents have not forgiven yourself for some of the decisions that some of your grown children and even some of your younger children have made. Learn to forgive yourself. Let go. Claim victory. You have overcome. You are able to stand up, or you are able to look yourself in the mirror and forgive yourself. Once you forgive yourself, you unlock an energy that will flow out of you, that will bring joy to you and will make your life a lot better. Then when you forgive yourself, you can forgive others. You can move forward in your life as a new being, as a self-recreated being. Part of this forgiveness, the heat from the forgiveness helps forms and shape us, because I'm not saying that we shouldn't have the anger and that we shouldn't have the sorrow and that we shouldn't have to deal with it. But those are just, in a sense, initiation points. They are not points of permanence. You do not have to confine yourself to the hell that you may have built for yourself because of some things you could not control. And for those things that you could control that you did, still forgive yourself. Forgive yourself and seek forgiveness. When you do this, trust me, life will be better for you. And on top of that, you'll be standing with me at the end of 2014 talking about this was my year. Now let's move into infinity. This is Brother Hatim. I'm saying, give yourself permission to forgive so that you can live. And you are tuned in to giving yourself permission. Check out my other blog, my blog at GYPjourney.com. Also check out my other radio shows. I got a Freestyle Friday coming up. I got the Magic Hour for those that like hip hop, raw, uncut. And I also have Folk Tales for Grown Folks, which I'm gonna be updating soon. And then also I have On Mile 3. So this is Brother Hatim. I'm saying peace. Also find me on Twitter, HA2 HA2TIM, and also on Facebook, H Hatim. Just look up Hatim, HAA or HA2. If you type that in, Google me, you'll find me. And this is Hatim. I'm a little bit over, but I'm gonna say peace, and I'm gonna say thank you to all those that take the time to listen, because I see your hits and I'm getting a few comments. See, and this is what's beautiful. I didn't get comments last year. I'm getting comments now. And I want to thank you for taking the time to let me know what you think about the show. And with that, I say peace. And may your day be as beautiful as you are. Beautiful day it is. Great and beautiful day. Good morning. In a journey type of way, what have you released from your life today? Have you been listening? Have you been keeping up? Have you been doing exercises? Have you been going to the mirror and looking at yourself and giving yourself permission? I know many of you say, I already give myself permission, Brother Hatim. Cool, that's cool then. Keep it up. But now I want you to push it above and beyond what you normally give yourself permission to do. Because what we have been giving ourselves permission to do in the past has not been working. So now, let's move towards giving ourselves permission to do things that not only will change us, but will change the world. So here we go. Today, what I want to talk about is giving yourself permission to be beautiful. Now, this one here, because every day I try to end my show, or I try to end conversations with, I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. And you can't have a beautiful day if you're not beautiful. And I want to clarify beauty, because there's a difference between beauty and pretty. See, because many of us get pretty for the day. We get up, we wash up, we make sure we smell right, we make sure our breath is fresh. Ooh. We check our underarms, ooh, man, and we comb our hair, and we brush our teeth, and for some of us, we go extra miles. We mess with our eyelashes, the makeup, and we put on a nice outfit, the nice uniform, so that we could go to our jobs, and we get pretty for the world. Now, what I want you to do today is to become beautiful for yourself first, and then the world. See, beauty is a quality that is not just good to look at. Beauty is a quality that vibrates from within. Beauty is based on internal wisdom. Beauty is based on internal fortitude. Beauty is based on internal qualities that you practice that everybody can see. Pretty is pleasing to the eye. Beauty is pleasing to the soul. And I want you to be pleasing to the soul, not only to your soul, but to other souls. Because when we throw this beauty out into the world, what happens is it feeds others. Yeah, you might not have a lot of money, and you might not be able to give to the charities you want to give to, but you can. You can. You can. Come on out here, Power. Yeah, making all that noise. My dog is been tripping, excuse me, but you can give the world your beauty. And let me ask you this: what is more beautiful than a person or a thing or an animal doing what they were designed to do? Doing what they were designed to do. There's nothing more beautiful than that. Nothing in this universe more beautiful than a person or a being doing what they were born to do. See, many of us become ugly. Many of us become ugly because we deny the internal beauty. Many of us become ugly and not only unpleasing to the soul, but unpleasing to the eye. Not because of how we look, but because how we act and what we vibrate. Now you want to go in. Why? Go in the house. Go. You go in the house. Go in the house. Right now, my dog is exhibiting some ugly qualities, but he old. He deserves to be able to do that. So now, the challenge today is to give yourself permission to be beautiful. And then being beautiful, of course, is going to get back to the other lessons that we had. Finding your purpose. What's more beautiful than a person living on and in their purpose? So, I want you to look in that mirror this morning, and I want you to look deep within your soul and find that beauty. Now, real quick story. I got 6 seconds. It's going to take me longer than that. Once there was a miser. There's an Aesop fables. And this miser went out and buried his gold. And every day he would go over and pleasure over the fact that he buried his gold, not knowing that there was a thief following him. So that night when the miser left his gold to go home, the thief and some of his friends came over and dug it up. When the miser arrived that morning and went to his gold, and he looked down in that hole, he started running around screaming and crying, talking about how he's been robbed. I've been robbed. So a farmer who knew the miser and knew the miser's ways looked at him and said, listen, it's okay because you go over there and do the same thing with that hole that you was going to do with that treasure. Absolutely nothing. Many of us have this treasure buried within ourselves that we're hiding from the world, that we are not sharing with the world. That miser was not going to spend that money. That miser was not going to give that money to people who needed it. That miser was not going to put that money in the economy to help the economy go. The miser just wanted to look at the money. The miser just wanted to have the feeling that the money was there. And many of you do your beauty just like that, not knowing that your beauty may be your wealth. Your beauty is part of your wealth. And once you start spreading that beauty, you give other permission to do what they are born to do. And when they start doing what they are born to do, you have a whole team of people around you that are exuding beauty. And what comes to beauty but wisdom and wealth? So this is Brother Atim. I'm saying peace. Quick announcement. For those of you that want to do the meditation with me in the morning, it don't matter whether you do it at 4:30 in the morning or 3:30 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning. Meditate. And if you want some inspiration on meditation, you could go to Insight Timer. If you have an Android or an Apple device, you go to the Apple store or you go to the Android store and you could get Insight Timer. It's free. You can get the free version and you could join my community, GYP Meditation Circle, or just look me up, friend me on there so that we can send each other inspirations. And then, because I'm going to talk about that probably tomorrow on the special session, the special weekend session. And also, those of you that want to run with me, get on Runkeeper. Look for me on Runkeeper, and we could work out together. You don't have to run. You can get up and you can do some calisthenics. You can get up and do some yoga. All you got to do is put the timer on, and we let each other know when we're doing it. And if we catch it, we can give each other inspiration. We can keep each other motivated by teaming up. See, because making it to greatness, making it above and beyond is not a solitary journey. It starts solitary, but eventually you start running into your crew. And I'm looking for my crew. So with that, Brother Atim is saying peace. I'm 3 minutes over. I apologize. You have a great day. Peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter STAYHOME50.
Great day, great day. Good morning, even though it's late. This is a bonus track. So I'm out today and it's extremely cold. Now I'm getting these cutting feeling in my toes. So I'm gonna make this one real quick, maybe. Once the energy hit, once the spirit hits, I don't know where it's gonna go. But this morning, I thought of one of my elders who's now an ancestor came to mind. And before I get started, I want to send shouts out to all those that have passed away in late 2013. Elder Nomo X, Columbus, Ohio, Malika Fakir, and then also I just found out yesterday a friend by the name of Will also passed away. I know several Wills, so those that listen to the show that know me, just don't jump to no damn conclusions. There's more than one Will in the world, okay? Right. So, today, Noah's voice rang out to me, and it was about a time when I was working with him and being young. He used to say we was young and cockstrong, just and dumb. You know what I'm saying? He used to tell me, boy, I want you to learn to work smart, not hard. Because we used to do the food co-op with him. And he would watch me and my brothers go and just hoist up these boxes. He said, y'all using your back, you need to use your legs. You're doing too much. You got your work too spread out. Here, let me sit down in this seat. Bring me that box over here. Bring me this box over here. And he sat there. And while we was trying to compete with us and him sitting down, we standing up, he's able to do twice as many boxes as we able to do. One, that came with experience, and two, that came with working smart. And when I think about that, I think about some of us in our lives. We're working hard, but we're not working smart. We're not using the concept of leverage. See, when you leverage something, what you do is you use a little bit of force to make a big action happen. And what we need to find is those leverage points in our lives, those leverage points in our jobs, those leverage points in our relationships, where we can apply just a little bit of force and get massive outcomes. So, it was said by a Greek philosopher a long time ago. He said, you give me a lever long enough and I'll move the earth. And it's true. According to the laws of physics, if you did have a lever big enough, you could move a mountain. If you had a lever big enough, you could move anything you want, because the lever maximizes the little bit of force that you apply on it and moves something that you couldn't move regularly. Sort of like a jack. All right? Another story comes to mind. I had an old car, and I had a flat tire, and it just happened. I was lucky enough for it to go flat by my mother's house. And my grandfather and my grandmother just happened to be visiting my mom. So it was me and about 4 of my friends is lock nuts on the car wheel. So we take the jack part that you put on there and we try to pull it. You just use straight. So I'm pulling with all my might. I can't get it. Then another person coming, they helping me. We pulling it and we pulling it. And then there's 3 of us on it and we pulling it and we can't get it. We can't get we lift the damn car. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just a little old Toyota. But anyway, you know, after pulling and pulling and pulling so hard, we got tired. We went to my mom's house to get some water. My grandfather said, "Why, yo, what you working so hard on?" I said, "Well, we trying to get this lug nut off this tire." He said, "Well, let me come on out there." I said, "Pops, man, we was doing this, man, and you know, no disrespect, but man." He said, "Let me see it." So we go out to the thing. He look at it. He takes the tool. He puts it right on the lug nut, and he snaps, kicks it real quick, and it pops and it spins off. I said, "Man, do that again." He put it back on, pop, He said, listen, son, listen, y'all trying to use force and strength and power when in this instance you need speed. Now, the point I'm trying to say is, in life, we have been taught that we need to work hard, and I don't disagree with that. But along with working hard, we want to be able to work smart. We want to be able to use leverage to move us in our life to where we want to get. We want to be able to use speed when we need to use speed, and use power when we need to use power. And we want to be able to use just enough. So what we need to start finding is those leverage points that we can use and take advantage of to make our lives better. Now, one of the major leverage tools that we have right now that I'm using is these social networks. See, if your peer group, if your social network is not working in your life as a leverage point, then you wasting your time. See, because I could throw out an idea, and I got 1,000 friends or whatever. I don't even know how many. It's just a small number. Well, anyway, if I don't get no comments, no thoughts, no ideas back, then I'm wasting my time. I need to get me a whole new social network. So I'll go to Spreaker, throw out an idea, I might get 1 or 2 hits or whatever, and you use your social network as a leverage point where you can get the information you need, so that maybe where you can't identify the leverage point, somebody else can identify the leverage point so that you can work smarter. Now, I'm over my time, and let me finish with this. The way I use the social network as a leverage tool is I wanted to get up and start running. And then an app came out called Runkeeper. And they allow me to broadcast what I do over the internet. Now, I know everybody don't check my timeline or whatever, but I want to run. I like to talk. So I develop a show that allows me to talk only after I run. You see the leverage point in there? I like to talk, but I want to run. Now, running can be uncomfortable, but if I'm running to be able to do my show, then it makes it easier for me to get up every day and do what I'm doing. It gives me, because I'm out in the cold now, my toes was cold, but once I start moving and start talking, because I'm still outside, and I start doing what I love to do, it makes it worth it. I got 2 shows like that. I use the social network to leverage my meditation. I like to meditate, and I will meditate every now and then, but because Insight Keeper allows me to post when I meditate, it makes sure that in order for me to meditate, in order to keep meditating, I put it and post it on my Facebook page or my Twitter page, because then my people who I love and respect, the ones that do care about what I do and how I take care of myself, will comment, good job, brother. And it'll do it. And then I also connected my meditation to what? To me being able to get up here and run my mouth. Because y'all know I like running my mouth. Like right now I'm over. This is a bonus track. So I'm going to count this as a sin. But I'm about to end it. This brother Hatim, I'm saying give yourself permission to find your leverage. Give yourself permission to use leverage. You don't have to work smart. You don't have to work hard. You can work smart and get just as much done. You don't have to be the strongest. You could be the quickest. Give yourself permission to use leverage. This has been Brother Hatim. It's been a pleasure. This is session 17, I think. We doing it, y'all. 2014 is ours. I pray that your day be as beautiful as you are. Peace.
Here at Rocket Mortgage and the Rock family of companies, every one of our team members knows a hero.
My Uncle Paul, who works long hours at the grocery store to make sure that people can put food on the table.
We really want to thank my wife's cousin Marie, who works so hard as a nurse saving others.
Thank you for being a hero in our community, Des Marie.
To those who leave their homes to keep us safe in ours, we thank you. From the front lines to behind the scenes, we see you. You're essential every day, and today, you're heroes.
You're giving families everywhere a little more hope for a healthier tomorrow.
We're sending all our love, gratitude, and hope your way.
Here's to all of you. We couldn't be more grateful.
Thank you so much for everything that you're doing.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Say we miss you, Mama.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to thank America's frontline and essential workers with us, visit everyoneknowsahero.com. Quicken Loans LLC, NMLS number 3030, licensed in 50 states. Each legal entity that identifies themselves as part of the Rock family of companies are separate legal entities with their own governance and management structures.
Peace. This is Brother Hatim. I'm coming at you with Give Yourself Permission. And it's a lot of snow out here today, and it's cold. So now my feet hurting. I had to go inside, type it up, but I wanted to come back outside so that I could keep it limited. It's been a great week. We all are making progress. I'm looking at the tree, and for those that's been following me on Facebook, I've been taking a picture of a tree, and you can see for each day that I do this, regardless of what time it is, I take a picture of a tree, and that tree is a symbol of the growth that we're going to go through. And right now, the tree is, for all intents and purposes, will be considered dead, but we know it's not dead. We know it's hibernating. And like everything else in nature, we got to give our time. We got to give ourselves time to rest. We got to give ourselves time to shut down so that we can reset. So today, what I want you to give yourself a chance to do, I want you to give yourself, permission to do. I want to give yourself permission to meditate. I want you to give yourself permission to hibernate. I want you to give yourself permission to rest. Because yesterday I talked about using leverage, but one of the things that will work against you being able to use leverage is you not getting the rest and you not taking the self-care necessary. Because in leverage, you find that there's what they call a sweet spot that you can hit to make everything happen. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is find that sweet spot, and apply the right amount of pressure to make it happen. But in order to find that sweet spot, you got to be well rested. You have to be in your right mind. And what I'm noticing is, I notice that some people work so hard and so often that they are wore out. They don't even know they wore out. They're so used to being tired, they don't even know they're tired anymore. You might know people like that. You might be one of those people. And the thing that I want to tell you is to take time to sit back and hibernate. Take time to rest. Take time to meditate. Meditate is monitoring your breath and allowing your mind to rest. Sleep or rest is allowing your body to really sleep. Many of us, because of the drugs that we're allowing in our body, we don't even know what truly being rested is. So now what I want you to do is I want you to study your body. I want you to give yourself permission to study your body and find out how it works. Find out the cycles. Find out your sleep cycles. Find out what sounds or what no sounds give you the best rest, and get yourself to rest. And then start incorporating meditation. It don't have to be no half an hour meditation. It don't have to be no 20-minute meditation. It could be a 2-minute meditation. It could be a 2-minute prayer. It could be something where you allow yourself to focus on something minute, and it allows, and that gives your brain time to rest, or to focus on something bigger than yourself. That's what prayer is about, because you're focusing on things bigger than yourself. You're focusing on communicating with a larger spirit about other things that's going on around you. So we want to give ourselves permission to meditate, rest, and hibernate. You know what I'm saying? Like this tree out here. See, because right now, if you look at the picture, the tree look like the branches is bent down, it's covered with snow, and it look like it might be dead. But we know that it's hibernating, and we know that when springtime comes, it's going to wake up. Because right now it's asleep, it's hibernating, it's waiting for its time, it's waiting for its sweet spot so that it can leverage all of the energy that this has been storing over the last few years and come into bloom. And I want you to be able to do the same thing. Give yourself permission so that when it's your time to find a sweet spot, you got the proper energy to apply to the task. This is Brother Hatim. Thank you for joining me for Give Yourself Permission. This is our 18th episode, and I want to thank those that are listening. Be on the lookout. I got a new magic hour. I'm about to post something for folk tales of grown folks to finish up my last book. And this is Brother Hatim. www.GYPjourney.com. With that, I say peace. Peace. This is Brother Hatim. I'm coming live at you, live and direct, off of, and this is Give Yourself Permission. Now, I know it sounds a little bit different because I'm experimenting with my new mic, and I'm trying to set up the show a little bit before I leave out the house so that I come in and do it. I know it's later as well, so I want to send apologies out to those that might have been up at around 5:30 for the show, but it's a day off, and I went out last night and did, I did 3 radio shows last night, 2 long, 1 long, 1 short. So I'm in the house, so I'm gonna have to make this quick. So today I want you to focus on giving yourself permission. Giving yourself permission to innovate. I want you to innovate. I'm inside the house, so if you hear noises, then my kids. But anyway, give yourself permission to innovate. And what does innovate mean? Innovate means take something old and create something new. A lot of times we sit around and we're waiting and using old tools, scared to be innovative. We're scared to pull from within and create something new. An African symbol that kind of makes me think about this is Sankofa. Sankofa means go back and fetch it. And what you see is a bird, sometime with an egg on his back, bending his neck backwards. You can look it up. Sankofa. S-A-N-K-O-F-A. F-A. Sankofa. And it means to go back and fetch it. Now, in going back and fetching it, what I think is missing a lot of times is people being willing to go back and not only fetch it, not only deal with what's going on in the past, but to take that old and innovate it. One of the things I'm trying to do as far as innovation is taking Aesop fables. Taking Aesop fables. Hold on, girl, go on. Cleveland, come get her, please. You see me on the radio, come get her. Taking old fables and in a sense remixing them to something new. And we not only need to do this with fables, but we need to do this with a lot of things in our personal lives. What old things, what old habits do you have that you can remix? Innovation is a remix. What old habits can you remix and create something new? What old skills can you take and remix and make something new? We need to be looking for opportunities to innovate within our lives, within our relationships, and within our places of business. We need to be driving. We need to be pulling on that creativity that I talked about a couple of days ago. Pull that creativity up and use it to take the old and create some new way of using that old. Because when you look at it, a lot of the most successful things in the world come out of people looking at old things in new ways. So I want you to look at your life in new ways. I want you to look at your life in new ways. I want you to be innovative. I want you to be innovative. And I want you to take what's old and make something new. All right? Innovate your life. Give yourself permission to be innovative in a workspace. Give yourself permission to be innovative in your relationships. And reach in there inside yourself and pull out something new. Jazz is an innovation. Hip-hop is an innovation. R&B is an innovation. Soul was an innovation. Even what they call classic music was an innovation. All these things built on the past. See, we always think we got to come up with something brand new. No, sometimes all it takes is a couple of tweaks with something that's old to bring out something spectacular, marvelous, beautiful, and life-changing. This morning while I was meditating, this thought came to me because I was having trouble breathing, and I noticed some things about my breath. So I started using some of the innovations that I got on meditations, because I'm thinking about putting together another meditation CD. So I'm exploring meditations, and I'm looking at the old ways of doing some of these meditations, and I'm going to create a new way of doing the old. I'm going to freak it out. I'm going to remix meditation so that some of you out there that might want to join me on meditation can drop in my MP3 or my CD or however you get it and be able to meditate. So this is Brother High Tim. I'm saying give yourself permission to innovate, and I pray that your day will be as beautiful as you are. I would also like, if you heard my kids in the background, send them out some shots. It was Sasha who was trying to get on. Gina was actually quiet today, but it was Sasha, and yelling in the background was my youngest son. I know that sounds crazy. My youngest son, Cleveland. All right. So with that, I say peace. Check out my web at www.GYPjourney.com. All right. So my internet site, my website. So with that, I say peace. Great day, great day. This is Brother High Tim, and I'm coming at you on Give Yourself Permission. Good morning in the sense of the journey. The question I ask you this morning is, what have you mourned? What have you released from your life so that you can move to your greater good, your greatness? This morning, it's snowing outside. It's kind of slippery for those of you in Columbus, Ohio, so watch your step as you're going outside. I know it's the same for all over the country, basically, but I'd like to thank those that took the time to meet with me over these 5 to 6 minutes. Now it's 5 to 6. I started with 5. Those that are new to my show, understand that the rules of the show are very simple. That in order for me to do this show, I have to meditate for at least 10 minutes, and I have to run at least a mile. So I did both of those, and hopefully you're doing something physical that will help move you towards a healthier and a happier you. Today, what I'm going to be discussing is giving yourself permission to make mistakes. But even more important than making mistakes is recognizing mistakes and learning the lessons that come along with them. Our culture, and I'm going to do a show on failure as well eventually, but our culture, this Western culture, puts a stigma on mistakes and failures, and we try to avoid them like the flu. And I'm not saying go out and make mistakes on purpose. Of course, you can't make a mistake on purpose. That's an oxymoron. But what I'm trying to say is we need to be able to embrace the aspect of mistakes. We need to embrace the wisdom of mistakes. And yes, I said wisdom of mistakes, because from mistakes come the lessons that we need to be successful in life. But, and this is the big but, if we don't recognize our own mistakes, we can't grow and we don't move forward. So the challenge is not only to be able to give yourself permission to make mistakes, but being able to recognize a mistake. We let our ego get in the way a lot of times, and we'll cover up the mistakes. We won't want to take responsibility for the mistakes. We won't want to stand up for the mistakes that we made. And by not standing up, recognizing and blocking the mistakes out, and even trying to hide them, we make things worse in our lives. one of the exercises that I would give for an individual after they do the mirror exercise, look in the mirror, give yourself permission to make mistakes. I want you to look over your life, and I want you to look over all of the mistakes that you have made in your life. But more importantly, I want you to look at the lessons that you learned. Whenever we're doing something, whenever we're trying to master something, mistakes are an important part of the process. Mistakes give us the ability to look at something and break it down a little bit more intimately, because in order to make a mistake, you got to be doing it. And that's what we miss. We want to fault people, and we want to fault ourselves for making mistakes. But the one good thing I could say about mistakes is that mistakes happen in action. My books are riddled with mistakes. My talks are riddled with mistakes. You know what I'm saying? But I don't allow that to stop me, because from each mistake I have an opportunity to learn something new and push myself towards the greatness that I'm seeking, to push myself towards the goal that I'm seeking. Remember, this is called a journey. This is not called a trip. This is not called a holiday. This is a journey. And journeys often are taken not knowing what the outcome of the journey is going to be. And the most incredible part of that is that all of the lessons happen along the journey between point A and point B. That all the mistakes, all the wrong turns, all of that is part of the journey, and it helps you to be successful when you finally make it to the end. Now, this is Brother Tim. I promise to keep this to below 5 minutes. My 5 minutes is up, but give yourself permission to make mistakes. Be sure to check me out at www.GYPjourney.com. Also, if you would, you can look at my other shows on Mile 3, which I'll be doing one soon, weather permitting. Folk Tales for Grown Folks, I'll be getting to the Aesop Fables, and then also GYP Journey whenever I feel like getting on the broadcasting, and my freestyle usually on Friday. Alright, so if you have a beautiful day, I pray that your day is as beautiful and as powerful as you are. This is Brother Tim tuning out, and with that I say peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter Stay Home 50.
Good morning, good morning, good morning in a journey way. What have you released to make your life lighter so that the journey can be shorter, or at least more pleasant? And great day. Because as great as you are, how can you have anything else? This is Brother Tim coming at you with Give Yourself Permission. And I was outside running this morning. Of course, those that listen on a regular basis know the rules of the show. I have to meditate for at least 10 minutes, and then I have to run at least a mile, which takes me a little bit under 10 minutes. So it's 20 to 30. Well, actually, it's about an hour worth of preparation to get ready for the show. And then in between that, I have to come up with the subject for the show, because I want to be your daily inspirer. I at least want to light the flame within you so that you could get out and get it. Like I said, 2014 is going to be our year, and this is where we will make the change from now until infinity. We will rise above and beyond. We will move beyond great. We will move and we will grow as we walk this journey. But the thing that I want to talk with you about today is a very important piece when you're on a journey. And I got this while I was talking to one of my brothers, and somehow filling cups came up, and the thought hit me as well as it did him, that in order to be successful in life, we have to make sure that we fill our own cups. And when we fill our cups, we need to fill it to a point to where our cups overflow,
and the water or the spirit or the energy that's being poured in us can flow out into the world. Many of us are operating in this life at a deficit. We want to help others. We want to reach out and we want to touch someone, and not realizing that each interaction we give away Ashe. For those that don't know what Ashe is life energy. And we are giving away life energy at a deficit. Many of us are physically drained or emotionally drained or mentally drained or spiritually drained because we have not taken time for ourselves to fill our own cup. For some reason, we feel that it's wrong for us to take care of ourselves. It's selfish. But the truly selfish thing is going out and trying to help everybody, but you can't help yourself. If you want to change the world, be the change that you want to be. If you want to change the world, exercise that energy within you so that it could be strong enough so that when you give it to somebody, it won't just be a false charge. Because a lot of times we go around and we want to touch people's lives, but because our energy is so weak, when we touch them, they get this little temporary boost and not enough to really help sustain the change that they need, because the battery that they're pulling from, the battery that's starting, is not strong enough itself. Have you ever been in a car and try to jump it with another car whose battery is weak? It takes a little bit longer if your car even starts. And that's how many of us are living. Emotionally drained, we want to sit around and we want to help others. Physically drained, we want to help others. We want to help people through the struggles of life, and our cup is almost on empty. You are so selfish. I know a lot of y'all look at it the opposite way. You need to give of yourself even when you're tired. But when you're tired, you're not able to give your best. So who are you really helping? Are you helping your ego, or are you helping that other person? So take time today and fill your cup and allow it to overflow into the world. Fill it beyond the brim. Fill your cup. Take some time to spiritually energize yourself. Take some time to mentally stimulate yourself. Take some time to physically move yourself. Take some time to emotionally prepare yourself so that you can hit the day hard, because the day is trying to hit you. So you need to be able to hit it hard, and the best way to hit it hard is to hit it on a full tank, a full cup of overflowing you. And you want to hit life in the face hard because you deserve to do that. Now, I also want you to remember this. I know I'm at the 5-minute mark, but bear with me. When you on planes, they always tell you to put on your oxygen mask first before you attempt to help somebody else. I want you to think about that. You can't help nobody else if you pass out. You can't help nobody else if you die. There are a lot of vampires out there. I got several shows on. There are a lot of emotional, mental, and physical vampires out there just sucking your life energy. And they act like they care about you, but they really don't care. There's a lot of vampire businesses, predatory businesses that's just waiting to suck out your life. They don't care if you fall dead. Take care of you. Fill your cup. This is Brother Hatim, and I pray that your day be as beautiful as you are. You can find more from me on www.GYPJourney.com. Peace.
Each of us has a purpose. We are destined to do something meaningful, not only to support our loved ones, but to positively impact our communities throughout the country. What do you think a private Christian education looks like? Grand Canyon University offers over 175 high-quality online programs across 9 colleges. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. What have you released to make your day more beautiful? every day when we rise, we must release something and add something new to our toolbox, our toolkit. And if you don't release it, at least innovate it. As we talked about earlier this week, innovation. Innovate something old if you can't get rid of it. Alright. It's a great day. I didn't even have time to let my toes thaw out, but I'm up here and I fulfilled my part. Hopefully you out doing some type of workout. It don't have to be this early, but every day, if you just do a little, small steps, that's something that we're going to talk about. Just small steps. Just take a little bit of time. If you can sit up in the bed, you could do 5 more sit-ups. If you could stand up from your bed, you could do some deep knee bands. If you can stretch your arms up and feel your back pop, that early morning stretch, you could do some yoga. If you could breathe, you could do some breathing exercises. I'm not prescribing any certain type of workout or any certain type of meditation, but what I am prescribing is some type of workout or meditation, because we have to work on ourselves, because our bodies are the tools in which we leave our imprint on the world. I'm going to say that again. Our bodies are the tools in which we use which we leave our imprints on this world. And what type of imprint are you leaving? I want you to really think about that. Are you sharpening your tool? Because remember, the body is not you. You are a human. You are a spiritual being with a body. And when you start really looking at that, then you start working on mastering your body in some form or fashion, so that you can do the things that you were put here for. And speaking of doing the things that you was put here for, let's get into what we're going to give ourselves permission to do today. Now, I have to apologize. I wasn't thinking. I started running the dishwasher before I started the show. So the rumbling you hear in the back is not the heavenly host or the flames of hell. It's my damn dishwasher. So I apologize. But today, what I want to talk to you about is a lesson that was brought to me by a brother by the name of Kwabena Antoine Nixon. And I've been using it for a while. And one day he came, and he's an excellent poet, and you can look him up on Facebook, you can look him up on Google Plus. As a matter of fact, he has a book out. I can't recall the title of the book, but I follow everything that the brother does, and he's very active up in Milwaukee, originally from Chicago. But if you get an opportunity, check his poetry out, check him out. But anyway, he would start a lot of his presentation when he used to work with some of the Simbas, and he would tell them to say higher, deeper, higher, and further. And that rolled around in my head for a while. And one of the things that I need to cover with you today is going deeper. Now, when we are building our lives, when we are building our legacies, we have to be willing to dig deep. Not just think deep, but digging requires work. We have to go deep, because we want to build a monument up high. And from all of the science classes I know, if we are going to build something high, we have to build the foundation. We have to dig deep. We have to dig a deep foundation to lay for any building that's going to move towards the sky. And since we are trying to leave real monuments, we're not trying to leave no little pixie dials or nothing like that. What we're trying to leave is, we're trying to leave monuments that will last for centuries, for thousands of years. We want our monuments to be able to compete with the monuments of the ancient Kemites, for those that don't know, Egyptians. So we have to dig deep. And in digging deep, it gives us the ability to build higher. So when we dig deep, whether we getting the information, whether we're doing the work, whether we're looking at ourselves in a new way, it allows us to build our monuments higher. And by building our monuments higher, we become noticed, not only by human beings, but by the energies of the universe. And because we're building higher, we start attracting more opportunities. And the higher we build, the more opportunities we attract to ourselves. And the higher we build our monuments, the further we can see. So we go deeper. We build higher. And we are able to look further and see more opportunities, because we are able to recognize the opportunities from how deep we dug at the beginning, and the work in building up. See, because each one of those steps is a learning step, and I want you to grasp that learning step. And I know I said I keep this under 5 minutes, so, and once again I'm at 6 minutes and 14 seconds. This is Brother Tim. I'd like to thank you for your time. You have developed a habit. You have developed the session habit. So I want you to congratulate yourself and give yourself permission to dig deeper so that you can build higher, so that you can see opportunities from further away. This is Brother Tim. You have a beautiful day. Bye-bye. An ass, having heard some grasshoppers chirping, was highly enchanted, and, desiring to possess the same charms of melody, demanded what sort of food they lived on to give them such beautiful voices. They replied, the dew. The ass resolved that he would live only upon dew, and in a short time died of hunger. This is one of Aesop's tales entitled The Ass and the Grasshopper. This is folk tales for grown folks. And the purpose of the show is to talk about the wisdom that comes from Aesop's fables and how we can use them, or use the wisdom that is given to us in these tales in our modern life. First, we know we got to go deeper so that we can build higher, so that we can see further. I want to make sure everybody that listens understands that the symbols in the story are basically talking about human qualities that exist in all of us. The ass is often in these tales used as a fool, a symbol of a fool. In a lot of ancient cultures, the ass was looked at as a fool, stubborn, basically used as a slave. The term that often described an ass or mule is a beast of burden. So basically, humanity has always placed burdens on an ass. It works for the benefit of others, often described as stupid, servile, clumsy, and slow in physical motion as well as in mental attributes. So when we look at the ass, we're looking at the dumb part of us, in a sense, the part of us that is stubborn, is the part of us that is slow to pick up on things. And the ass in this story shows us that. As a matter of fact, when we want to really insult somebody in modern culture, we often call them an ass. You know, not just because we're talking about the butt, but we're talking about the actual animal. That is the root of that word ass. Nietzsche described the mule as the mob. And I want you to think about that, because in my show tomorrow, I'm going to talk about giving yourself permission to be free from the mob thinking. You know what I'm saying? Be free from the mob mind. You know what I'm saying? So Nietzsche just used the mule in a lot of his literature, especially in one of his last books, to describe the masses. It's funny how masses rhymes with ass. Mass, ass. You know what I'm saying? So I want you to think about that. And then when we look at the grasshopper is one that is that part of us that lives for the moment. Is often has good luck, hops into things quickly, a lot of times without thinking, and moves forward. You know, a grasshopper can only hop forward, and hopping in symbolic terms means taking a big leap, a leap of faith into something. So that's what the grasshopper represents in us. All of these symbols speak to something bigger in us. All of these symbols that Aesop used are things that, when we understand exist in us, gives us the ability to get them to work for us, to move us to where we want to be. Because, for example, when we look at the symbol of the ass, although we might not like some of the qualities of the ass, the hard working aspect of the ass is useful. The stubbornness of the ass can come in handy. Also the same with the grasshopper. When we look at the grasshopper, in some instances in our life, we got to act as grasshoppers and be able to hop in on faith. We have to produce our own luck. You know what I'm saying? So when we look at these symbols, understand that it's speaking of something bigger. That's why I call this folk tales for grown folks, because we really got to look at these stories and get the deeper meaning. Because when we miss these deeper meanings, it makes life harder for us. You tell these stories to young people, and old people are supposed to tell these stories to young people and get the young people to start asking the questions. And we got to ask the question of what's going on here. So in the story, we understand that the ass is looking for something. The ass want to know why the grasshoppers can sing so good, and he automatically assumes it must be from what they're eating. And the grasshoppers tells him it's the dew on the grass. The mule or the ass understands this and understands it in a way that becomes detrimental for himself. And this points out the fact to us in our lives, we have to be able to discern and find the right models or the right heroes to follow, because a grasshopper is not a good model for a mule to follow, for an ass to follow, because first off, a mule is probably 1,000 times, if not 100,000 times bigger than a grasshopper. And for a ass to try to live like a grasshopper is almost impossible. And how many times have we find ourselves trying to walk in someone's shadow that is either too big for us or too small for us? We have to be able to discern and pick the proper heroes and the proper models that we are going to follow. Following someone's lead when it's not really our walk is very dangerous for us. It could be detrimental, as we saw at the end of this tale, by the ass trying to follow along the grasshopper's advice. He eventually died. That's that stubbornness coming in there. Now, that's a double-edged sword, because that stubbornness that mule had, if he had found the right model, would have pushed him into success. But because he found the wrong model and hung on to it, he eventually wasted away and died. A lot of times we had the right idea and the wrong methods. That ass had the right idea. He wanted to get something. He wanted to find, he was looking for something, and he had the right idea. He chose the wrong model. And even more important, when we look at the ass, the flaw for the whole story was that the ass was looking for beauty and answers in the wrong place. Many of us do the same thing. We're looking for answers, and we're looking for beauty, and we're looking for wisdom, and we're looking for prosperity, and we're looking for success, but we're looking in the wrong place. We're looking externally. The ass wanted to sing as beautifully as the grasshopper, but the ass was looking in the wrong place for the beauty. He was looking in the wrong place for the answers. He was looking at the grasshoppers, and he followed the grasshoppers rather than looking inside and pulling on his own beauty. It may not be meant for an ass to have a beautiful singing voice, but an ass can be useful in other ways. And it was up to that mule to figure that out, but he didn't figure it out. He wasted away. A lot of us, we run into grasshoppers in our life, and we want to ask them the advice or their secrets, thinking that they automatically are going to give us the secrets. And that's another piece with the mule and the dull-wittedness. Whenever you are seeking a secret, and you get that secret in the first 5 minutes of the conversation, it wasn't really a secret in the first place. In order to get the secrets for success, for prosperity, for happiness, it requires us to pour what I call true libations. And those true libations are three major things. See, because we pour symbolic libations with water or with alcohol when we are talking about saluting our ancestors. But true libations are three major fluids. One is tears, another one is sweat, and the last one and the most potent one is blood. And I ain't talking about somebody else's blood. I ain't talking about somebody else's tears. I ain't talking about somebody else's sweat. All these things come about from us digging deeper. And when I say digging deeper, I ain't just talking about opening the books. It requires work. It requires us to sweat. It requires us to run into something sometime that may force those tears, and sometime may cause some abrasions that will force us to bleed. Whenever we're seeking a secret and we are not pouring those real libations, those true libations, understand that what you have is not real. And in the end, you're not really going to value it because you really didn't put no work in to get it. Now, the grasshopper was just basically giving just a little bit of information. I'm quite sure they didn't give all the information, because I want you to think about this. It's called a grasshopper, and even from Aesop, it's called a grasshopper. And everybody knows that a grasshopper eats grass. I'm quite sure they knew it back then. Hell, they knew about the cousin of the grasshopper, which looks just like a grasshopper, the locust. They know that not only do they eat grass, they'll eat everything in their damn path. You know what I'm saying? So we need to be clear that the grasshopper wasn't going to just give up their secret to their beautiful singing voice in one meeting with the ass. You know what I'm saying? And we need not to be asses and think that just by sitting down in a workshop somebody gonna give up the secrets, or just reading one article to see. No. The secret is in you pouring the true libations. So I'm going to end this session, and I want to make an announcement. All my shows are available on my website at www.GYPJourney.com. GYP Journey radio show is on there. On Mile 3 is on there. Give Yourself Permission is on there. And the Magic Hour, and of course Folk Tales for Grown Folks. All of them are on the right side. They're on the tabs at the top where you click and go directly to the speaker station, or you could just listen to the latest episodes on the right hand side. All you gotta do is scroll down. All the shows are there. I made it convenient for you. So this is Brother Hatim. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to listen, and you have a beautiful night. I pray that your night and your rest or your morning or whatever is as beautiful as you are. Peace. Great day, and good morning. And once again, I ask you, what have you released so that you can make your life lighter? Or what have you innovated on in your life so that you can make your life better? And I want to be clear. I say innovate. I ain't say renovate. Innovate means you take something old and you find a new use that no one has ever thought about it. Renovate with the R means that you just took something old and made it look new. Renovate or innovate. But today, this morning, I must say this. Ouch. Because my toes feel like 10 ice cubes. And it's in the negatives out there for anybody that's in Ohio that's about to go to work, especially Columbus, Ohio. It's in the negative. So make sure you dress warm out there. Usually my feet and some things would warm up as I started running, but my toes were numb at a quarter of a mile. But I had to push through because I was too far away basically to turn around, because it would have been the same distance as continuing on my run. So I pushed through, and sometimes we have to push through the pain. That's what the journey is about, because it's in the pain and the suffering where we are able to find those gifts, and we have to push through. But let's get to what I wanted to talk about this morning. I want you to give yourself to free yourself. Give yourself permission to free yourself from negative or unbalanced group think. We have groups out here, and this groups are a very important part of the human experience. We are social creatures. We survive because of our ability to work together as social groups. But from these social groups, sometime emerges this negative or unbalanced groupthink, where we begin to trust the group so much we no longer think. And the one thing that I stress on GYP Journey and give yourself permission is, one, yes, let's look at the old ways. Yes, let's look at old wisdom, and yes, let's use old wisdom, and yes, let's look at the old folk tales, and let's look at old social systems, and let's study our history, and let's listen to other people who have good information. But most importantly, yes, I say to this, please think. Become a critical thinker, because I was in my car with my son and I'm listening to the news, because some of the music, I don't really approve of that goes on the stations that's called hip hop, because for me it's not a balance. If I could turn on the radio and get a balance, at least a balance that I like, or something balanced, I wouldn't mind playing the music for my kids while they're in the car. But since it all leans in one direction, so I could turn on one song and it'd be about hustling, and the next song Someone is bragging about the cars and the jewelry, then the next song is a love song, and then the next song is a strip club song. There's no balance in there for me or my children. So I'm just saying, if there was a balance there of somebody giving something that's heartfelt, or giving some information that was needed, I wouldn't mind listening to it, because I love hip-hop. All hip-hop, I love it. Some of it I can't stomach for very long periods of time. But overall, I love hip-hop as music, and especially as culture, because I see it as a tool. But back to the point that I'm saying, I'm listening to the radio, and I listen to a lot of NPR because I like staying abreast of things, and I want my son, because he be listening too, I want him to be able to pick up on little tidbits that'll be useful for him later. And they got some craziness on NPR now that's going around, and you hearing about all these group rapes that's going on in India that are basically being carried out by individuals that belong to certain groups, and the groups decide, or the leaders of the group decide, that as punishment for some of these young ladies, they will hand down a verdict of gang rape. And I said I need to do a show about groupthink. When we are involved in a group, we still need to maintain some individuality, not selfishness, but some individuality, to where we have principles that we will not step beyond. We need to maintain that, because that is what helps the group succeed. When we start giving up our free will for someone to command us, we have fallen into unbalanced, negative groupthink, and that's not healthy. I see America heading towards that. I see the world heading towards this. We all line up behind these so-called experts, and next thing you know, the whole economic system is going to hell, or we got a whole bunch of young people going off to war. We need to really start learning to say no, give ourselves permission to say no to brainless, negative, or unbalanced groupthink. It does nothing for us as a group, and it does absolutely nothing for us as individuals, because what happens is we end up getting caught for something, and the only thing we can say is, well, everybody else was doing it. Everybody else was doing it. This is Brother Hot Tim. I have to say peace, because I only supposed to do 5 minutes. It's getting longer and longer. I'm sorry. Listen, give yourself permission to say no to negative or unbalanced groupthink. Learn to think for yourself and share that with the others. This is Brother Hot Tim. I'm saying peace, and I pray that your day will be as beautiful as you are. You can get all my radio shows on www.GYPJourney.com. Look on the right hand side, and the most current show will be available. All you have to do is scroll down and look for the show. GYP Journey, On Mile 3, Give Yourself Permission, Folk Tales for Grown Folks, and The Magic Hour. You could select any one, and the latest one will be on the right hand side. If you want more, and you want to go to Spreaker, and you want to start your own Spreaker station, look in the top tabs, and you will see where you could go directly to Spreaker and listen to my show, or start your own. This is Brother Hot Tim, and I'm saying peace. You have a great, great day. As a matter of fact, what else can you have? Because you are great. So with that, I say peace. Great day. This is Brother Hot Tim coming at you, and I ask you once again, what are you mourning? What have you released? Good morning in a journey way. What have you released to make your life lighter? Or what have you innovated in your life to make your life better? Today it's cold, and once again, there's a lot of snow, And I must say thank you, because this is a true winter. So I got to thank the Creator, man, because we haven't had a true winter in a long time. So that means this summer is going to be less mosquitoes. Oh my God. And other little pests, critters crawling around like fleas and stuff. If you got a dog or a cat, it's going to be a lot less of that this year. So that's the good part about it. But looking outside and seeing the lack of grass because of the snow covered, it made me think about a lesson that was taught to me by one of my older brothers. Actually, let me say elder brother, because he has made it to the elder status. And one day I had the privilege of traveling with him to a sacred ceremony, and he we was talking about the circle of life. Actually, I was asking questions about the circle of life because I wanted to see how I could plug that in to some of the lessons that I was developing at the time. And we started talking, and he started talking about the circle of life and our place in the universe, and how everything was sacred and how everything fit on the circle of life. And he said the statement to me, and I later entered it into a poem, but it's an expression that I often use it to remind me of where I am, my position in the universe. And maybe it will inspire you like it inspired me, but it requires you to do some serious, deep thinking. He said to me, Brother Hatem, remember, you are no higher than a blade of grass and no lower than its roots in the eyes of the Creator. Now, just the paradox and the puzzle that he unleashed on me with that statement as we was making this long, it was like a 24-hour drive, man, and that just rolled around in my head the whole time. You are no higher than a blade of grass and no lower than its roots. Now, most of us look at a blade of grass and just see this little nothing. It's a little yard ornament that most of us just overlook, but we forget the power of the Creator is in that blade of grass. And that blade of grass, no matter what you throw at it, always comes back. Either it comes back or its relatives come back. And that small blade of grass shows you the true power of the universe, and the true power of living by principles, and the true power of true belief of when you just think about the power of a blade of grass to push up through the earth, to survive all it survives. And then my brother looking at me and being like, Brother Hatem, you are no higher than a blade of grass and no lower than its roots in the eyes of the Creator. For me, that was one of the most inspiring things that was ever said to me. And I when I see him, I have to thank him. When I talk to him, I have to thank him because that jewel alone was so powerful, because it made me have to recognize where I was in the universe. Yes, I could run around and say that I'm a God, I'm a God, but then I also have to remember that at the same time that I'm running around boosting up how high I am, I also got to remember that there is a low point for me as well. I have to recognize my personal space in the universe, and I have to embrace that. And only by embracing that, like a blade of grass embraces its position, will I ever become great. Because you never see a blade of grass trying to be a tree. You never see a blade of grass trying to be an acorn. You never see a blade of grass trying to be a mustard seed. A blade of grass is committed to being grass. And because it's committed to being grass, it can move and grow anywhere. It can move and grow through anything. Think about all the poisons we put out there to try to kill some of this grass out here. And it still survives. And it still looks beautiful. So this is Brother Hatem saying, give yourself permission to recognize, accept, and to recognize your place in the universe. Recognize your place, because only by recognizing where you are will you be able to harness your power. We waste our time wishing we were somewhere else. We waste our time wishing we were something else when everything we need was placed in us, because you know why? You are no higher than a blade of grass and no lower than his roots. This is Brother Hatem saying, give yourself permission to recognize your place in the universe. Not only recognize your place, recognize it, understand it, and accept it, and move forward with your life. This is Brother Hatem saying, peace, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. And if you like this, share it. Also share my website when you get an opportunity. I'm at www.GYENYAME Journey, JOURNEY.com. Thank you very much. Peace. Man, I'm trying to keep it down to 5 minutes, I promise.
Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only kombucha made with an organic plant-based prebiotic fiber called xylo oligosaccharides. You will love our 3 tasty and naturally effervescent flavors: ginger peach, tropical mango, and apple mint, each with only 10 grams of sugar per can. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order. Wonderdrink.com, code STAYHOME50.
Good morning and great day. I'm running a little bit late, but you know, weekends are bonus sessions. So what I want to do is, first greet you, great day, and good morning. What have you released in the last week, or what have you innovated in the last week that's made you a better person? Each day we should move a little bit closer to being the greatness that we aspire to be. A little something every day. What I want to do today is going to be a short session. Is one, kind of get you prepared for what's coming next week. Next week I'm going to be focusing on some aspects of nature and some lessons that I got from nature to help us in moving and conquering 2014 and beyond. So get yourself ready. We're going to be dealing with some numbers and some aspects or concepts that come from nature. So it's going to be a nice ride. But today I want you to give yourself permission to be prepared. We have all types of things coming up as far as your personal life and in the world, and preparation is always a major key to success. Are you preparing yourself? Are you getting ready for not just your job but your career? Are you getting ready? Are you preparing yourself to receive your dream when it arrives? Are you preparing yourself to receive the prosperity when it comes? Are you preparing yourself? Give yourself permission to be prepared and to take the steps, the small steps in preparation. Preparation is never a large thing. I mean, I take that back. The whole process can be a large thing, but you could break it down into bite-sized pieces and get prepared for what's coming. If you want good things to happen for you, then you need to prepare yourself for those good things, because so when they do arrive, They do not leave or move past you because you are not ready to receive them. Prepare yourself for what's to come. You're doing all this work. We've been working. We on session 25, and this is probably about the 28th session, actually, because I did a few sessions prior to starting give yourself permission. So you've been with me on this journey for a while, so now you need to be preparing yourself for the things that are coming to you. You need to prepare yourself because they may not look like you think they will look, but believe me, your blessing is coming. Your greatness is coming. You are moving above and beyond. You might not be flying and soaring like the eagles yet, but you flying around like a robin right now, and we will move towards the heights of eagles. All we have to do is prepare ourselves and get ready. This is Brother Hatim saying, give yourself permission to be prepared and get ready for me next week. Because I'm coming hard with some information. I got to do a little bit more research and dust up on some of the principles that I'm going to be I'm dropping on you, but it's going to be short but good sessions. Now this time I'm cutting it short because I've been running over. So now you got an extra 2 minutes added to your day that you don't have to hear Brother Hatim. So with that, I'm going to say peace. Well, actually it's extra 1 minute. All right, I try to cut it short. I'm trying, y'all. Bear with me. You have a beautiful day, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. All right, peace.
Each of us has a purpose. We are destined to do something meaningful, not only to support our loved ones, but to positively impact our communities throughout the country. What do you think a private Christian education looks like? Grand Canyon University offers over 175 high-quality online programs across 9 colleges. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter Stay Home 50.
Great day, great day. This is Brother Hatim coming at you on Give Yourself Permission on GYP Journey Podcast. It is cold outside, and while I was running today, as well as thinking about what I was going to talk about today, one of the issues that I wanted to hit was giving ourselves permission to notice nature. I mean, even on days like this, you can find something beautiful in nature. How nature works, and it gives you inspiration in doing things in your life, because nature, in a sense, never takes a break. It is constantly cycling in and cycling out, but something is always happening. On these cold nights, if you look up, you see cloud covering, and it could be beautiful or it could be kind of grotesque. And sometime on very cold nights like this, the sky is clear. When was the last time you looked up and noticed the beauty of the stars? When we recognize the beauty and the ugliness in nature, we recognize things about ourselves. When we take time to look at the trees, and we take time to look at snow, especially when it's laying down and there's no tracks in it, oh man, it's so beautiful. But then you got the other snow where it got the big lumps and the salt, and it look grotesque, but it's all part of nature. It's all part of one big system. And by us taking the time to notice nature, we in a sense take time to notice ourselves and learn a lot more about who and what we are. This week we're going to be looking at some of the qualities in nature that we can use to help us better understand ourselves so that we can move above and beyond where we are to where we want to be. Take time and look at the sun, even on a cold day. Take time to feel the cold on your body if you're in a cold climate. I mean, I know we cover ourselves up, but it's something about your body's reaction when it get cold that we could learn something from. You know, take time to notice your body as it start sweating, because human beings have come up with this this conception that we are separate from nature. And by us believing this myth, by us believing this lie, we rob ourselves. We rob ourselves because nature teaches us so much. And one of the things that I really want you to really start noticing about nature and paying attention is the cycles of nature. Nature cycles. You have, right now where I'm at, we have winter. Winter is the time of rest. Winter is, in a sense, the time of death. You know what I'm saying? Where things make their transition, but at the same time, things on the top of the earth are dying. Things up under the earth are preparing. They are in a gestation state. Then we have spring, where new things come to life. They're young, they're helpless, and they're new. So, you know what I'm saying? We can learn something from that cycle. Then we have summer, where things come to their maturation, and they are at the high point of their life. And it's a beautiful time if you like sun. You know what I'm saying? Then we move to fall, where things start to fall back down. You know what I'm saying? Things start to go towards their older age. In a sense, it's things getting older, and they are at the middle age, late middle part of their life cycle, and then winter hits again, and the cycle starts all over. But there's smaller cycles within nature that you can pay attention to, and you can learn from, and you can start looking. Once you start noticing the cycles in nature outside of what the news say for yourself, once you start noticing the cycles of nature and the cycles of the moon and the cycles of the sun, and if you live by oceans, the cycle of the waves in the oceans, and the cycles of certain animals and certain insects, when you start noticing these cycles, it'll give you the ability to start noticing the cycles in your life and noticing when you are at your strongest, when you need rest, when you need to eat, when you need to do whatever you need to do. And once you plug into this cycle, oh my God, the power that you will unleash. This is Brother Hatim, almost exactly at 5 minutes like I promised y'all, but I'm done now. So with that, I say you have a great day. Good morning. I forgot to ask, what have you released? You know what I'm saying? Good morning in a journey way. And I wish you much ashe. And with that, I say I pray that your day will be as beautiful as you are. Peace. www.GYPJourney.com. Good morning, good morning, good morning in a journey way. I pray that you have a great day, because as great as you are, you can have no less. I'm just here to remind you about that. Today, we're going to get into our exploration of some of the things we could pull from nature. And one of the things I'm going to start with is numbers. And I know some of you is like, Brother Hatim, you talking about nature, but now you're going to numbers. All right, first thing I want to do is, first off, when you go outside today, it is cold. I mean, cold. All right? And I know some of y'all see me run, because I know y'all sitting there here listening to this show saying, I know this fool did not run. But I want you to realize this. I am not crazy. I am committed. I am committed to being fit. I am committed to getting you your shows. I am committed to bringing you quality programming. I am committed to speaking to you from my heart. And I'm committed to do the research and the reading that I need to do in order to do this show and keep it as close to freestyle as I possibly can. So, I know some of y'all like numbers have absolutely nothing to do with nature. That's only, well actually, I disagree with you on all counts. But most of you are thinking about numbers in the terms of quantity. When numbers was created and it became a dual process. I don't know which one came first. But numbers as quantities are different in a sense than numbers in quality. All numbers have qualities, and for some of y'all this may be a shocker. There are only 9 numbers because all the other numbers form to make one single digit. When you add them all together and you take them down to the single digit, they all come out to be between 1 and 9. All numbers. And all those numbers from 1 to 9 have a certain personality and a certain way that they act. So numbers are not just quantities, they are qualities. And they're not just qualities. I believe that they are beings. Beings that were created by us to help make life easier for us. And for me, they show the creative power of the human mind, because we have created things that used to be our servants, but now we are servants to them. You know, we got to keep the numbers right. We got to track the time. We got to, you know what I'm saying? They stay on top of us now when we used to stay on top of them. But what I want us to look at is the qualities of numbers and use these qualities, because numbers are extracted from nature. So I want us to use the qualities within the numbers to empower our lives. So the first quality, because all numbers have qualities, they have, well, first they have quantity, they have qualities, they have elements, and they have polarities. So right now I want us to look at quality. The first quality that I want you to give yourself permission today to be is called cardinal. Now I know a lot of you hear that word and think of the bird, but one of the reasons this term cardinal was named after the bird is because the cardinal is always one of the first birds that you see right before spring. That red, funny looking bird, he's always the one that goes out first. At least that's the mythology. And as a matter of fact, the bird was so respected that the Catholic Church chose to name the second highest rank in their organization after this bird, because this bird was bold enough to go where other birds will not go. You always see the cardinal right at the end of wintertime. They come in early, right? So now, being cardinal means that you are an explorer and you go out and you discover new things. We already talked about give yourself permission to learn, but this time I want you to give yourself the permission to be cardinal. And being cardinal means being prime, being the first in. When someone is cardinal, they go in, they are, in a sense, in the way I describe it, they are the explorer. So we're going to look at this explorer piece real quick in the next next 12 seconds. To be an explorer means that you go into unmarked territory and you search around for the possibility of a place for you to either make a come up or for a village to be made. You want to be cardinal this morning. You want to blaze a trail. You want to give yourself permission to explore and expand your horizons. You want to go and look at things that you never thought you would look at before. I ain't talking about no craziness. I'm talking about knowledge. I'm talking about wisdom. I'm talking about looking for something that you can explore today and using that cardinal principle to claim your stake. 2014 is our year, and we're going to move into it with power. We're moving into it with power, and we're moving towards infinity with power. But I want you to give yourself permission today to be cardinal. All right? Be the top dog. Be the first explorer. Be that one that goes out and discover new territories. All right? So this is Brother Hatim, and I'm saying give yourself permission to be cardinal. Remember, I'm not crazy. I'm committed. I don't care how cold it is. And this is what I was thinking when I got up, because I was like, man, ain't no school today. I don't have to get up early. But then I thought about the people that do tune in, those few people who make those clicks. And I said, man, listen, I'm going to get up and I'm going to keep my word, because y'all know in order to do the show, I have to do at least 10 minutes of meditation and at least 10 minutes of running. You know what I'm saying? Because that's my workout of choice. And I'd suggest that you develop a program for yourself. Now, I'm about to get up off this mic, but this is the last thing. And I said to myself, if I could get out here and face the wrath of Mother Nature, what angry parent or what angry adult or what angry business deal or who or what in the world can really intimidate me if I could get up this early morning in this cold and get out there and face the wrath of Mother Nature. And I want y'all to think about that when you're doing your smile and a mile. Those that don't know, find out. When you're getting that smile and that mile. This is Brother Hot Tim. I'm 2 minutes, 8 seconds over, and I'm out of here. Y'all have a great day, and I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace.
Wonder Drink is delivering prebiotic kombucha to your door for 50% off your first order. Stay healthy and visit wonderdrink.com and enter StayHome50.
What a beautiful day. Man, it's cold, but yet it still is beautiful. And part of that beauty is because you are in it. So, this is Brother Hot Tim, and I'm coming at you with Give Yourself Permission. And I just got done running, and it's not as cold as yesterday, but it's still taking time for my feet to thaw out. I think they're taking a little bit longer to thaw out every day. When I say thaw out, I'm serious, because when I come in the house, they're hard. You know, I measured the distance, and I know that I got a good, ultimately, 20 minutes outside before I freeze to death. You know what I'm saying? With some of these temperatures. Actually, probably a couple of hours, but I'm just saying about 20 minutes before I start feeling some severe pain. So I know that I could get out there and get back. And that brings up for me one of my new hashtags that will bring you directly to my show. I'm committed. It's committed, not crazy. I'm committed to getting myself back in shape, and I'm committed to doing my radio show. I'm committed to you. I'm committed to the listener. And I would hope that you would have some commitment to yourself. Hell with the show. I want you to have some commitment to yourself, to get yourself active, to reach out and change those things about yourself that you are not comfortable with, or at least innovate them. Not renovate, but innovate them. Take some time to build yourself up in the way that you want. So on to what we came to talk about today. Now, yesterday I was talking about numbers. Now I need to bring this in too, because the qualities that I'm mentioning, for those of you that have read about astrology as well, each sign as well as each number have these qualities, and there's 3 of them, and we covered one yesterday, and that one was cardinal, and that's the explorer of the bunch. The cardinal number, or the cardinal sign, or the cardinal person is the person that goes out and discovers something new. They are the explorer. They go out and they find the new territory. Now this person that's coming next, the fixed individual, this person would be like, in the old days, you had an explorer go out and they explore the land. Then you have the settler. The fixed individual is an individual that will come into a territory and they will basically make it home. They don't do the exploring. No. They are fixed in their mind state, so they develop communities around how they see the world. They set up their lives around how they see the world, and they fix their opinions. They fix their ideas. Now, just like being an explorer can be dangerous, being fixed can be dangerous. And I hope I don't have to go into why it's not good to be totally fixed. But what I am going to tell you today is, today, I want you to find what is worthy of being fixed in your life. What mountain range do you base your life on? What dream are you shooting for? What principles are you living by? What is the fixed quality in your life? And I want you to think about that. And I want you to be clear about that. Because what's going on now is we got people with shifting visions. You know what I'm saying? They want to reach a vision, but as soon as they almost get in reach, they don't have to get in reach. They could be a couple of miles away, and they all of a sudden change directions. You know what I'm saying? They're not fixed on what they want. They're not fixed on how they travel. They're not fixed on what they do. You know what I'm saying? They just constantly change. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. But today, I want you to focus on and find those things that you are able to fix in your life. One of the things, me and my son was watching a show last night. And one of the things was how fast are you going right now? And it's a TED Ed talk. And in there, the question came up, going fast in relativity to what? Relative to what? You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, you could be sitting still, but when you realize that the sun is moving about 19 kilometers per second around the sun, and the sun is traveling at a certain amount of miles around the center of the galaxy, and the center of the galaxy, and the galaxy is moving around a cluster of galaxies, and those cluster of galaxies are moving around. So you have to be clear and relative. You got to be clear on what you're comparing your speed against. And just like with your vision, you have to be clear on where you're coming from and where you're going. You know, your dream relative to what? What are you coming from? What are you moving from? What is your story? Your story is that fixed point, that past that you're coming out of, that you're not necessarily able to change. And you need to be able to grip onto that. I'm over. So, I'm at 5 minutes, 55 seconds. I'm stopping. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm saying to you, I pray that your day be as beautiful as you are. And I'd like to thank you for joining me for a smile, then a mile. With that, this is Brother Hatim, and remember, give yourself permission to find those fixed things in your life. All right, peace. Good morning, good morning, good morning in the journey way. This is Brother Hatim coming at you with Give Yourself Permission. And what a beautifully cold day it is. I know many of you out there saying, man, that's crazy. No, it's not crazy. It's committed. I went outside and I looked up at the sky as I was running, and afterwards, and if you get an opportunity to get out there right now, take a look at some of the stars. It's almost like the stars are out there dancing for us to notice them. And look at the beauty of the snow and the quietness of wintertime, other than the cars running by, because everything is resting and preparing for spring. And I hope that you are preparing your spirit, mind, and body, and intuitions and emotions for the spring, because that's when all the work that we've been doing will start growing. Now, those of you that have developed a session habit, and you've been tuning in every day, I want you to understand that they say it only takes 21 days to develop a habit. We have been doing this for over 30. Although this is session 29, I told you I did some shows earlier. So we are on about session 32. But we have developed a session habit. And like I said, my prayer, my libations for you are that you develop your own program. I would love it to even have some of you do a show. Remember that if you want to comment on my show, you can either do hashtag give yourself permission. You can also put hashtag a smile then a mile, or a hashtag and committed not crazy. Okay, now you can remember those. All right, so now this is Brother Hatim, and we're moving in to continue the pieces on nature. Now, of course, we know that nature has its seasons and its ebbs and its flows, and I talked to you about the qualities. And the first two qualities we covered. The first one was mind blank. The first one was cardinal. being on top, being the first, being the explorer. If we was to look at this as building a civilization, the cardinal personality or the cardinal energy, let's call it that, because we don't want to lock ourselves into any of these. We want to be able to use all of them to get us to where we want to go. So the cardinal aspect is that aspect that is the first to do it. It's the primary force. It's that action force that goes out and explores new things and put itself in situations where it has to adapt quickly. All right. Now, then after the explorer goes out and discovers something new, the settler comes in, or what we would call the fixed aspect. That individual settler that will come in and settle the land and build, in a sense, the basics of the civilization, the very basics. Now, the third quality to come in this will be the mutable aspect of nature. And this is the type of individual that comes in and is able to innovate, not just renovate, but they come in and they're able to innovate. They flow over ideas like water, and they help spread, and they help they help innovate. They help create new things and new ideas that can be used to build up this civilization. And these individuals, and this is what I want you to get yourself to be today, mutable. These individuals show a lot of resilience and creativity. These individuals, or this type of personality, is one that is able to adjust to situations rapidly. Now, they can either help the explorer, or they can help the fixed personality, or they can help themselves. But usually what comes out of their creation and out of their resilience is the ability to bring something new to the world. They are good at this. So what I want you to do is to focus on those mutable aspects of yourselves, those changeable aspects of yourself, those chameleon-like qualities within you that make it possible for you to go from one environment to another environment and still be able to fit in. All right? Now, this has been Brother Hatim, and I want to thank you for your time. I'm at my 5-minute mark, so I'm going to have to stop. So today I want you to give yourself permission to be mutable, okay? And look the word up, and if you need a physical image, think of flowing water, all right? You have a great and marvelous day, and I hope you get your mile and a smile in. If you don't understand what I'm saying, go to my blog. I did an article on it maybe 3 days ago. So check that article out and give yourself permission to be that. And we're going to move on tomorrow. You have a beautiful day. And I pray that, well, let me say this. I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace. Great day in the journey way. Man, good morning. Good morning in the journey. And what have you released? What have you let go of? What have you innovated in your life? Out running this morning and noticing nature, because we gave ourselves permission to notice nature. I noticed the clouds in the sky, and a lot of times for people, this is not a good sign. It's, you want to see the sun, and the clouds block the sun, but then you look at the necessity of the clouds, because the clouds carry the water that nourishes all of us. We're going to have a talk about the importance of water, giving yourself permission to drink water one day soon, but not today. But, notice nature. It sings out to us. It rings out to us. And by us sharing our share with nature, nature shares his share with us. I'm going to do a show on our share for those that don't know and that are new to the journey. Ashe is a Yoruba word, and basically what it means is the life force, the life essence. And we all share this life essence, and we draw from it. But this brings us to what we're going to talk about today. We draw from this life ashe. We draw from the ashe of the Creator so that we can live, so that we can prosper, so that we could grow. But my question to you, especially if you're following me on Twitter or Facebook or Google Plus, or you on any of my pages, I just put up a slew of texts or posts by people that I don't know that are all talking about adding value. In my short study of economics, I'm still struggling through Thomas Paine's The Wealth of Nations. One of the major things I keep running into is he talks about the concept of adding value, which is the source of economic development. But I'm also going to say adding value is also a source of ashe, is a source that I think we neglect when we talk about our spiritual and our mental lives. Because when we just extract this life energy and we just live like automatons, we just live like zombies, we just do what we're supposed to do, we're not adding value to life. I want you to give yourself permission to add value. I want you to give yourself permission to add value to your significant other. I want you to give yourself permission to add value to your workplace. I want you to give yourself permission to add value to your children. I want you to give yourself permission to, most importantly, add value to yourself and your life. We talk about being prosperous, but a lot of times we want to take somebody else's idea and just campaign for that idea. We want to shoot out somebody else's idea, but we don't add ourselves to it. By adding value, you have to invest yourself. When you talk about adding value to someone else, to something else, or even just to yourself, and let me define self. We'll work on that later. And adding value to yourself, it takes a personal investment. You know what I'm saying? Because in economies, it does no good just to mine a precious metal. That metal needs to be processed, and that process is adding value. It does no good just to have land. You have to add value to that land. It does no good to have an idea or to get an idea from somebody. You have to add value to it. What is value? Value is something that you put on it. Value is what makes it worth other people desiring, making other people want it. You know what I'm saying? Better yet, making yourself want it. When you add value to something, you value it a little bit more. I could think back to when I was young, and I'm done after this. When I was young, I always would keep stuff longer that I bought. Now, I would get my Christmas toys and I tear that shit up in, excuse my language, I would tear that stuff up in a couple of hours, 2 days, 3 days. But when I worked on my paper route, or I was out shoveling snow and I went out and bought something, you know what I'm saying? Because I added value to other people. I would go to their house and I would shovel their snow, or I would take the paper and I would fold it up and make it look nice, add value to it, and take it and deliver it to people's houses. And I would get my little bit of money and I would buy something. I mean, like some of my comic books, I still got a few of those. You know what I'm saying? Because I invested myself in it. So I want you to give yourself to add value. That's what nature does. Nature adds value to each and every species, if that species is willing. And all species are willing to have value added to them by nature. except for man, because we don't feel that we're worthy, or we feel that we're above nature. I mean, it's one or the other. You know what I'm saying? Some of us feel we're not worthy, and so we don't deserve to be better. So we won't allow nature to add value to us. We won't allow our Creator to add value to us. And some of us think that we are above nature, and so we want to allow it to do it because it's so beneath us, you know. But we need to get out that mind state, and we need to allow others to add value to us, and allow nature to add value to us, and we need to give ourselves permission to add value to others. This is Brother Hatim, 1 minute and 50 seconds over, but I apologize. Thank you for your time. Be sure to check me out tonight for Freestyle Friday, because I don't know where the show gonna go. That's why I call it freestyle, and we're gonna have a good time. I don't know what time. Just be looking at my timeline when the stuff pop up. And if you want to know exactly when I'm broadcasting, all you got to do is register, and an email will automatically be sent out to you. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm saying peace. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Check 1, check 2. Back to the old style, people. This is Brother Hatim saying good morning in a journey way. What have you released in your life so that you can move easy, so that you can adjust and that you can grow? I had to go to the old style because I woke up late and my baby's up, and as long as my baby's up, there will be no radio show without them. So to bring you what I need to bring you, I got to step outside in the cold, still sweating, and say, great day, great day, great day. Today, I want you to give yourself permission to move beyond survival. Give yourself permission to move beyond survival. See, most of us live our lives and we just survive when we do not live. I want us to start investing in life. Now, this does not mean that we become lazy. This does not mean we don't get out there and get it. As a matter of fact, we do it harder, because in studying nature, because this is the week, and I'm going to finish up the nature piece probably tomorrow, but in nature, we understand there's a cycle of survival of the fittest, and we got the idea of this, in a sense, community of things that work together. The winter works together with the soil and kills all the grass and all the stuff that needs to be there, so that new life can give birth. That new life feed other life. That other life feeds other life. That other life feeds other life. And the cycle goes on and on until things start to die and decay and give back to the soil. And just like that, we want to invest and start living. But we can't live because we have stepped outside the cycles of nature. We need to get back into the cycles of nature so that we can learn how to live again and move beyond just survival. I'm not one to say go back and just live on a farm, although I'm thinking about, get some money and get me a nice big yard so that I could do some farming. But we got to find a happy medium. We are able to bring back the wisdom of the old and utilize the technology of the new. Wisdom of the old and technology of the new will allow us to move beyond survival and get to living life. Because on the journey, we want to live. See, because the destination is all right. It's all right to have a destination, but it's the journey where all the lesson and all the joy come. And we want to invest ourselves in being fully immersed in the journey. That means that if we have to hunt for something, whether it's a deer or a pheasant or a job or a solution to a problem, we want to put our whole self in it. If we need to harvest, we want to be able to put our whole self in it. If we got to harvest
our garden or harvest on a farm or harvest an idea that we planted 3 years ago. We want to get out there and we want to go above and beyond. See, because when we live and go beyond survival, we can do nothing but rise above and beyond. Because everybody else is just plainly surviving, and they're not even surviving good. If you are able just to invest 10% of your time into living, you know what I'm saying, monitoring in a sense what you put in your body, monitoring what you put in your mind, just 2.4 hours a day, you will change your life and you will be above and beyond everyone. Almost everyone is just out here surviving. I don't care how much money they got. They just out here surviving. We want to strive to live. We want to go beyond survival. We give ourselves permission to move above and beyond survival. And we choose to live. This is Brother Hatim saying, give yourself permission to live. Look in the mirror. Do the mirror exercises. Do your meditation. Set up your program so that at least for 2.4 hours a day, you are preparing to live. Because this is the last piece, 15 seconds. Because some of us planted seeds a long time ago. And the harvest is coming. But the question I have to ask, are you ready for your harvest? Because if you're just surviving, you're not. Because you're not. It's called living your dreams, not surviving your dreams. If you have to survive it, it's not worth it. You survive in your job. You survive in your school. You survive in your relationship. I want you to live your relationship. I want you to live your school. I want you to live your job. And more importantly, I want you to live your life and become the best you. This is Brother Hatim saying, give yourself permission to move above and beyond survival and begin to live. And with that, I say peace.
Good morning in the journey way. What have you released? What have you innovated in your life? This is Brother Hatim coming at you with give yourself permission. And today, man, listen. Today, I want you to give yourself permission to use your imagination to plug into the your natural success guidance system. In every human being, we have a guidance system that takes us where we want to go, but we have to be able to use our imagination. Now, this comes in the last step with me talking about this whole nature thing. One of the things that made it possible for human beings to survive, along with our endurance, along with our bigger brains and stuff like that, was this part of ourselves that causes, this part in our mind or in our brain that gives us the ability to practice this thing called the pop-up effect. Now, the pop-up effect, for those that don't know, is the effect that happens when you are looking or listening for something. For example, if back in the day when we used to have to hunt, we would set in our mind what it was we were seeking out, and our brain and our minds would naturally funnel everything else out of the way except for the target of our desire. Something similar happens to you when you go to a party and you talk with somebody. Your ears are still on and you're hearing the music, you're hearing all the other conversations, but you're able to blank those out so that you can focus on the person that you want. How do we use this in our life? First off, now, we got to have in our imagination what it is that we want, what it is we want to become. This is why I tell people to get symbols. Develop yourself a symbol. Develop yourself a picture of where you want to be in your life, how you want to be in your life, what you want to possess in your life, so that you could look at it and you could put your focus on it, and you could basically play with it in your imagination so that you could start learning to focus on it. Now, your focus on it, in a sense, increases its focus on reaching you. See, by you learning how to use this pop-up phenomenon, what you do is you trigger something in the universe, because we think that we are just one package, we are individuals, but no, we are connected to everything. So when you set something in your intentions, when you set something in your desire, and you're able to see it, and you're able to hear it, the pop-up effect starts happening so that it can produce the opportunities, or help you find the opportunities that will lead you straight to where you want to be. This is a powerful piece. It comes from us hunting, because it would almost be impossible for us to be successful as hunters if we were not able to focus on our prey. And since you are sitting at the table right now, since you are sitting listening to me on an MP3 player right now, we got pretty good at it. But let me tell you what we're using the pop-up effect for now. We are able to imagine the stuff that we don't want in our life. We are able to imagine where we don't want to be in our life. We are able to imagine how we don't want to be in our lives. And because we are able to imagine that and focus on that, what happens is that we continue bringing that into our life. We continue finding the opportunities to break our fitness, our fitness habits. We find ways to break our prosperity habits. We break ways to stop our learning habits, and all those things that will get us where we say we want to be. We say where we want to be, but we're able to see where we don't want to be. And I ain't just talking about in your physical surroundings. I'm talking about in your mind and in your spirit, because what goes on is this world is set to program you to keep you on empty. It's designed to keep you on empty, because as long as you're on empty, you always gonna want. And as long as you want, you gonna always go out and get something from somebody else rather than finding a way to get it for yourself. This is Brother Hatim saying, let's switch the paradigm. I want you to start focusing a certain amount of time every day on what it is you want in your life. I want you not only to say it, I want you to be able to hear what happens, and I want you to be able to see the image, so that you could be like the hunters and the warriors and the farmers of old, and be able to find those opportunities that will lead you to it. Because now you don't see it in the material world, you see it in your mental and your spiritual world, and this activates your emotions, and all those energies work together to create within you a magnetic force that will attract to you what it is you want, what it is you need, and what it is you desire. This is Brother Hatim saying, give yourself permission to use your imagination to plug into your natural navigation system that will lead you to success, and start unplugging it from the things that you don't want, that you don't desire, that you don't intend. We'll talk a little bit about this a little bit more tomorrow, and take it a little bit farther, because I got one for you tomorrow that's going to be magnificent. All right, this is Brother Hatim saying, give yourself permission, saying I'm hashtag committed, not crazy, saying hashtag above and beyond, saying a mile and a smile, hashtag a mile, and my fault, hashtag a smile, then a mile. You know what I'm saying? Build your life. We're building our life. We're preparing ourselves for what it is we want. This is an extra session because I'm only supposed to do it 5 days a week, but it is what it is. I'm saying peace. And I'm only 1 minute and 43 seconds over. You have a great day. Good morning in the journey way. Once again, I ask, what have you released, or what have you innovated in your life to make your life smoother and make the journey easier for you, or maybe even harder? Either way, get the benefits. But let's talk about this easy piece a little bit. First, let me say great day to all those that's been listening and developing the session habit, because I got the habit. But let's talk about easy, because last night what I witnessed was somebody who was defeated by easy. For those that don't know, the Super Bowl game was on last night, and Denver got annihilated. And basically what we saw was a team that became victim of their own success, which is hopefully a lesson for all of us, because we can start gaining victories and we can start beating opponents and climbing obstacles, not realizing that those obstacles and those adversaries were just practice. And because we didn't really take the practice seriously, or we thought that the real game was going to be easy like the practice, or we just confused the practice with the real game, when we run up against our real opponent, we get beat because we've been successful. One of the things I learned in Capoeira was, because Capoeira was not that big in America when me and the group that I joined started. Well, basically, let me start from the beginning. Now I'm going to get into what I need to talk to you about today. In Capoeira, because we had a small community in Columbus and a lot of people wasn't practicing Capoeira, and every now and then we might run into somebody who actually has some real training, some of us actually started to think we were good. You know, we had people that could do the backflips, we had people that could do some of the fancy kicks, but we never really had a challenge. Yeah, we challenged each other, and we played each other to the best of our abilities, but we never learned the subtleties of the game. We never really learned from somebody who had to use this art to protect their life. And we kind of, well, I can speak for me. I got kind of big-headed until I ran into somebody who actually had really been training in Capoeira. Now, what happened to me is basically what happened to Denver last night, and what will happen to you if you get lazy. Now, let's move on. What I really want to talk to you about today, I want you to give yourself permission today to, one, not get defeated by success, and two, the major one is to give yourself permission to spend some time working on mastery. And the process that I want you to think about using is what I call the 224 process. 224 process. Listen, we spend a third of our day working for somebody else. 1/3 of our day, a majority of us go out here and grind for somebody else. I'm only asking you to grind for 10% of your day, specifically for you. That's 2.4 hours, which breaks down to be 2 hours and 24 minutes a day. I want you to dedicate to you. I want you to dedicate to mastering you and mastering skills. I want you to dedicate that time, just 10% of your day. If you could dedicate 10% of your day, I promise you that by the end of this year, your life will have changed. Just 2.24 hours. I even ask you to do the same thing for that 10%. I'm asking you just to dedicate 224. Everybody say with me, 224. I want you to dedicate 224 to you. That means that if you got something you want to learn, I want you to get out there and read the book. That means if you got an art you want to do, I want you to get out there and do it. That means that if you want to learn to meditate, I want you to work on it. Because, listen, it takes 10,000 hours, we know, to master. But it only takes about 24 hours to become proficient at something. 24 dedicated hours to become proficient. And listen to me, being proficient is cool. Being proficient is not the top, but being proficient is better than where you are right now. If you want to move to the next level, dedicate yourself to the 224 process. Now, go back to what I told you yesterday. Go back to what I told you yesterday and apply 224 to that. Apply 224 to your dreams. Apply 224 to focusing on your vision. Apply 224 to your garden. Apply 224 to your savings and learning about money. Apply 224 to anything that you want to get good at. And I promise you that there will be changes in your life within less than a year. We only 1 month into the year, and now it's our time. Now I'm 45 seconds over. I'm done. But listen, we moving on to the 224 process. 2 hours, 24 minutes. All you gotta do is dedicate 224, and I promise that your life will change. All right. I got another jewel for y'all tomorrow morning, so y'all have a good night. And with that, I say peace. I pray that your day will be as beautiful as you are. You have comments, hit me at hashtag. You could drop something at hashtag committed not crazy, or hashtag a smile than a mile, or even hashtag 224. You know what I'm saying? I mean, or hashtag process 224. I'm gonna go and put that out there. All right. But y'all know how to get at me. With that, I say peace. Great day, and good morning in the journey way. Once again, what have you released to make your life lighter? What have you innovated in your life? Have you started your 224 process? Now, we're going to move on to something that is going to be very important while we're on the journey, and it's called give yourself permission to make mistakes. I kind of spoke about mistakes on several shows, and it's important that we allow ourselves the ability to explore. We talked about exploring already. Allow ourselves to explore the world, and in exploring the world and in trying new things, we will fail. We will fail. I want to stress that point. And failure gives us an idea of where we are. Failure is more of a concept of feedback rather than a stopping point. Many of us mistake failure as a reason to stop. Many of us use failure as an excuse to stop, but failure is not that. Failure is feedback on the process that we have begun, and it lets us know where we are. When we look at a map, we don't consider it failure, because the map tells us where we are, and in a sense, failure is something telling us to look at our map. Now, one of the things we're going to talk about is you putting together a map for your life. So each and every time you make a mistake, each and every time you, as they say, fail or make a mistake, I want you to look at your life map. Because what happens with these mistakes is a lot of times we get frustrated. We get upset with ourselves, and we stop our ability to look at the situation, analyze the situation, and get the lesson. We need to stop this. We need to start looking at these mistakes. We need to start looking at these failures and pull out and tease out the lessons in there, because in those lessons are the very keys that we're looking for, the very keys to our success. When we are able to compare where we are in our life to our map, we may find out that the mistake may have taught us what we thought we wanted to be, or what we thought we wanted to get was not really what we wanted to get. Mistakes give us an opportunity to step back and reevaluate what it is that we are truly seeking, what it is we truly want, what it is we truly desire. But we have to make these mistakes. Now, I'm not telling you to go out and make a lot of mistakes, or to go out and to fail. But what I'm telling you is that when it happens, you need to embrace it and look for the lesson. And we need to start teaching our children this, because, you know, as coming from a whooping home, you know what I'm saying, mistakes were costly. So I avoided mistakes. And this is something that I'm coming into right now. Those of you that come from households where you would be disciplined for mistakes, or come from households where you weren't allowed to bring anything lower than a B home or something like that. You know, people don't view mistakes and failure in the way that we need to. And we teach our children, and we have taught ourselves unhealthy ways of viewing one of the most important aspects of life. There is no one. And if there's someone that tells you that they went through life without making a mistake, without a failure, you need to get away from them, because they are a liar, and they are dangerous, and they are deranged. Because if you made it to success and you have not failed and you have not made mistakes, you have to question whether or not this individual have they really been doing work. Look at all your heroes. Look at all the thing. Look at all the people around you. Their careers, their success is built on the dust. Well, I say it like this: the road to success is built from bricks that come from the dust of failures and mistakes. All right, this is Brother Hatim. I'm 527. Well, it's 5:30 over now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the show. I'd like to thank you for listening. Start your 224 process, I will hope. And I pray your day is as beautiful as you are. Now, hopefully this show will be going to iHeartRadio, and if it does, I will be sending out the link so that you can follow me in the morning, or at least sending out a message that I'm about to start my show. So with that, this is Brother Hatim, and I'm saying peace. Alright, great day. This is Brother Hatim. You got to excuse me. I have a co-host today, and she don't want to talk until the mic come out. World, I'd like to introduce you to Miss Sasha. But anyway, I want to try to do my show. I woke up kind of late because of the snow, and I got out, and I want to say great day. Great day, and good morning in the journey way. Now, what I wanted to talk about today, I'm going to make it quick, is there's a favorite quote that I got from Bruce Lee, which is actually a Zen quote. And once a master was teaching a student about being focused on what's important. And he pointed his finger to the moon. He says, like a finger pointing away to the moon. And the young boy looked at the finger, and the dude says, no, don't look at the finger, or you'll miss all the heavenly glory. Today, I want us to give ourselves permission to focus on what's important, to focus on the moon rather than the finger. Now, I want you to identify for yourself what is the finger in most of your situations and what is the moon. Today, I want you to find the important thing. I want you to find the core of the lesson, and I want you to stop focusing on the little thing, on the finger, because when you focus on the fingers, you miss all the lessons, you miss all the goals, you miss everything because you're focused on the finger. So today, please give yourself permission to focus on the moon and not the finger. Focus on what's important. All right, we give up a lot of energy focusing on the finger. The finger, a lot of times. Hold on, Miss Sasha want to say something. Go ahead, Sasha. We give up a lot of energy. We give up a lot of energy focusing on these small fingers. And I want you to stop doing that today. I want you to give yourself an opportunity to stop focusing on the fingers. Stop looking at the little irritants and really get to the source of what may be making you upset. Get to the source what might be making you sad. Even get to the source of what's making you happy, because you might be surprised at what it is. You know what I'm saying? You might be surprised at what is at the very core of all of your emotional issues. So today, focus on the important things. Focus on the source and not the pointer. All right, we're about to say bye. Say bye, Sash. Say bye-bye. Say bye. Bye. You ain't gonna say bye? I'm sorry. Say bye. All right, this is Brother Hot Tim, and this is the end of the journey. Not the journey. This is the end of give yourself permission. Remember, give yourself permission to focus on what's important. And with that, I say, I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace.
Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only kombucha made with an organic plant-based prebiotic fiber called xylo-oligosaccharides. You will love our 3 tasty and naturally effervescent flavors: ginger peach, tropical mango, and apple mint, each with only 10 grams of sugar per can. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order. Wonderdrink.com, code STAYHOME50. Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only kombucha made with an organic plant-based prebiotic fiber called xylo-oligosaccharides. You will love our 3 tasty and naturally effervescent flavors: ginger peach, tropical mango, and apple mint, each with only 10 grams of sugar per can. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order. Wonderdrink.com, code STAYHOME50.
Good morning in the Journey Way. This is Brother Hot Tim coming at you with Give Yourself Permission, and I wish you a great day, and it can't be nothing less than great because you're in it. Now, here we go today, man. Well, first off, let me start with this. I was outside walking my dog a little bit earlier, and I noticed the snow. And, this type of snow, if you're not here, this type of snow where it snows and it freezes on top of the rest of the snow. So every time you stomp or step into it, there's a nice crack. Nice, relaxing crack, even though it's cold. And then, on top of that, when the lights hit the snow, the crystals in the snow produce a beautiful glow. And it looked like the snow is just full of diamonds. So take some time today and notice some of the beauties around winter. I mean, because winter get a bad rap. We look at it and some of us be moan it, but winter is a beautiful time of the year. I mean, it's there's nothing like the snow, man. Now, next. Today we're going to talk about giving yourself permission to set the tone. Now, first off, most of us go to offices or we're in our homes, but the question I have for you is, how do you set the tone for your day? How you usually start your morning is how your day will go. And the question is, what are you doing to set your tone? Are you allowing the news to set your tone? Are you allowing the weather to set your tone? When in fact you have the ultimate power to set your tone. You can get up and say something positive to yourself in the mirror. Mirror exercise, y'all. That's what this Give Yourself Permission is about. You can read a verse. You can meditate. You can pray. You can set the tone. You can build your day and set it in motion in the way that you want, rather than allowing your day to be something that is set haphazardly. Many people just get up and brush their teeth and leave the house without setting a tone. Those of us on the journey, let's don't do that. If you're doing it, stop it. Learn to set the tone for your day. Set the vibration that you're going to send out. And then when you go to work, set the tone for how the day at work is going to go. I mean, set some rituals up at your job, just like you should set rituals up for when you rise in the morning. And even set some rituals up when you leave work, so that you can be in the mind state that you need so that you can be healthy. Now, a lot of people don't look at the importance of mind states, but your mind state is as important to your health as what you put into your body. If your mind is wrong, if your mind is not producing healthy thoughts, then your body is going to react to that. So you need to start learning how to set the tone in your life. And remember, right now we're doing give yourself permission to set the tone, not just for 2014, but from here on. See, the thing that we're doing together, the thing that we're working, we on session 36. Most of y'all have developed a session habit. Those few of you that are tuning in every day, you got a session habit. Now I want you to take this session habit and I want you to apply it into other areas of your life and start developing habits. Start experimenting with prayer or meditation. Start experimenting with saying pledges. Start experimenting with doing reading and studying. Start using the 2-2-4 process that we talked about earlier, and start improving your life. Because as you start taking these small steps, as we start taking these small steps together, we'll start seeing changes in our life. I'm seeing them around me, and those of you that's been around me and been listening are starting to see some of the changes as well. So I'm gonna be able to end this one before 5 minutes, believe it or not. And I'm gonna say peace. I'm gonna say you have a great day. And once again, this is Brother Hatim. Be sure to check me out at www.GYPJourney.com and realize that one of my Freestyle Fridays is coming up. I'm going to do Folktale for Grown Folks tonight. And as soon as it clear up, I'm going to get back on my mile 3. So with that, Brother Hatim says peace. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Peace and good morning in the journey way. What have you released? What have you innovated in your life? Each day is an opportunity for us to leave our mark of greatness on the planet. And I know that you did something great. I know after 37 sessions, after over 40 sessions together, that now things are starting to turn the corner for you. You seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I know you like, Brother Hatim, we only about 40 days into the new year. But we have planted the seed, and the seed is germinating. And when things are germinating, things are happening. Things are happening in your life. So-called coincidences are happening in your life. So-called lucky events are beginning to happen because you are focusing. Now, what I want us to focus on today is talking about true wealth. Pull up your chair. Go and sit down and listen. Just listen real quick. For a long time, I thought that being wealthy and being rich meant that I had a lot of money in the bank. And that's not the case. I figured this out when I started in some of my classes studying the economic system and finding out that the dollar is illusionary. The dollar is what they call a fiat currency. And this isn't a class on economics, but we're talking about wealth. And I think we need to have this discussion. And then I start looking at the price of gold, and for me, something in me tells me that the price of gold is just a little bit too high. It's overvalued for me right now. About $2,000, 1 ounce of gold, and historically, it has never been like that. So right now, the things that we are attaching wealth to, the money and the things. Like you get a car and the car lasts maybe about 4 or 5 years. You go and you buy a house, and these new built houses are not quite like the old brick houses that our grandparents used to be able to get. So I'm looking at all these things, and I had to have a collision with myself to figure out what is true wealth, what is truly being rich. And it came down to this. You listening? It came down to time. All of us receive time. Some of us are allotted a little bit more, maybe, but nobody knows. But we each have hours in the day through which we can add value to something. Our time is our wealth. Our time is our richness. Our time is valuable. And every hour that you spend at your job, somebody pays you for that. Or you volunteer your time and you give it away. Or some of you get paid for your time, but you hate your job and you hate the amount you're getting paid for. The only thing that we really have that equates to wealth is time. It's the time that you put in that got you the car. It's the time that you put in that got you the house. It's the time that you put in that got you the jewelry. It's the time. So when we start focusing on what the true wealth is, it actually gives us power. My time. That's why I stress the 224 process, because we need to take a portion of our time and work on us. Take 2 hours and 24 minutes every day and work on you. Because when you work on you, it makes it easier for you to get the price that you want for the time that you're going to spend doing something for somebody. This is Brother High Tim. I'd like to thank you for listening. And remember, give yourself permission to recognize and use your true wealth wisely. Your time. This is Brother High Tim, and I'm saying peace. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Check out my show tonight, because I'm gonna be doing Yummy Journey Freestyle Friday. I'm also gonna be doing the Aesop Fables. So stick around for that. For those that gotta go outside, the snow is deep and it is cold. Yes. Yesterday wasn't that cold. Today is cold. I couldn't feel my toes when I came in. So I'm 38 seconds over. You have a great day and give yourself permission to use your true wealth. Peace.
Wonder Drink Kombucha is making it easy to stay home and stay healthy. Feed the good probiotic bacteria in your gut with the first and only prebiotic kombucha. Visit wonderdrink.com and enter the code STAYHOME50 to get 50% off your first order.
Good morning in a journey way. This is Brother High Tim, and you are listening to episode 38 of Give Yourself Permission. I was thinking about not doing the show, but I had some very vivid dreams last night, and being one to listen to the universe, I felt it would be best for me to get up, do my run, do my smile, which for in Journey Talk is meditation. Journey Talk is meditation, and to do my run, you know what I'm saying, a mile and a smile, hashtag mile, a smile and a mile, you know. So I got up and I did my meditation, and my meditation ran over this morning because I'm putting a meditation CD together. I'm still old. I'm putting a meditation MP3 album together, with several different forms of breathing and meditation exercises. So I really got into the practice this morning, and considering that I even didn't want to get up, but I got up and I did my meditation, and it ran over, and that was beautiful, and that was marvelous. And then I got up and did my run, and I did better than I thought. I felt that I was dragging, but everything lined up, and the thought came to me to do the show this morning about synchronicity, where things appear to line up by luck or by accident. Synchronicity. We need to open ourselves, give ourselves permission to accept synchronicity into our lives. This is where events happen in a seemingly mysterious way where they all line up. That's my daughter Sasha in the back. That's another synchronicity thing. And she loved the mic. Well, anyway, where these things start to line up, and we need to open up and be accepting of this. You want to say hi? You want to come speak on the mic? Come on. Where things line up. Say hi. Hi. This Sasha, y'all. She already in love with the mic, so I'm building a legacy. So maybe on session 3,500, Sasha will be leading it. All right. But anyway, synchronicity is when things line up. And I listen to a lot of YouTube videos, and I'm hearing a lot about these conspiracies. And I did one of these sessions called "I Am the Conspiracy," and I stick to that. You are the conspiracy. No matter how wise man think he is, and all the plans that man can make, man is not wiser than the Creator, wiser than the universe that's been around here for hundreds of billions, possibly billions, and maybe even trillions of years. We don't know. We could estimate, but it's just that an estimation. The universe has been around, the Creator has been around, or whatever you believe in has been around a lot longer than man, and is a much better planner. Man could come up with conspiracies, and the Creator came up with a conspiracy, and the conspiracy that I believe the Creator came up with is you. You are the greatest conspiracy ever developed, and it's a reason that you was born in the situation that you was born in the place where you were born in. Accept the synchronicity of your life, accept the mysterious meetings that you're having, and accept the fact that you're listening to this show, and at this very moment there are events lining up to catapult you into a marvelous future. You see what I'm saying? So allow yourself to accept the synchronicity. Don't look at it and be like, oh, that was just luck. No. It wasn't just luck. It's you. It's the energy that you're generating. It's the change that you're bringing to the world. And because you're bringing change and bringing that vibration, you are attracting things into your life that you need to get you where you are going. So don't just count them off as luck. It's bigger than luck. It's you, the greatest conspiracy. No man could defeat you unless you decide to give him the power to defeat you. You were born for a reason. You was born at this time for a reason, and everything that's happening in your life so far has brought you to the point where you're listening to this show. If you're listening to this show, 2014 is the beginning of forever for you. You are building something great if you are following the process. If you are laying down 224, when you do the 224 process, synchronicity start opening up, because when you start working on yourself for 2 hours and 24 minutes a day, excuse me, my daughter is hilarious. When you start working on synchronicity process, she got her hand stuck in my change jar. I have to take a picture of this. But matter of fact, I'm gonna take a picture of it and post it on Facebook. She got her hand stuck in the jar. That's not I guess that's synchronicity, and that's telling me I need to stop. But allow yourself to accept. Give yourself permission to accept synchronicity in your life. And with that, Brother Hatim says, peace. And I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. Good morning, good morning, good morning in the journey way. This is Brother Hot Tim coming to you with Give Yourself Permission, session 39. We've been on a roll. And man, I must admit that I missed coming to you yesterday, but I needed to handle some personal business. When I do shows on the weekend, those are considered bonuses. I'll be forgetting to put the bonus up there on those Saturday and Sunday shows, but the show runs Monday through Friday, even though I'm doing my smile and a mile. And what a smile I had this morning, because the meditation felt so good that I didn't want to get up. I sat up, I went through my cycle, and by the time the cycle ended, I was wanting more. As I meditate more, the more I want to meditate. And I'm saying this to you, the more I get up and hit the mile, the more I want to run. I can't wait for it to clear up so I get back on mile 3 for you and bring you the truth, bring you the information that's coming directly from my soul, unscripted, uncut, raw. Now, let's get into what we're talking about today. Give yourself permission to embrace the power of I am. It's amazing to me that we do not really realize who or what we are. Let me give you a journey definition. Let me give you a GYP definition of self. Self is the absolute, complete, and perfect qualities of a being that are not influenced by external circumstances. I know that's a lot to swallow. I done said it on every last one of my shows. I done said it on my CDs when we were still making CDs. I done said it on my blog, in my writing. Self is the absolute, complete, and perfect qualities of a being that are not influenced by external circumstances. I need you to wrap your head around that, because everything that you think you are is false. Everything that you think you are is the product of the programming that has been laid on you in this life. And it's time for us in 2014 to shake that off. It's like peeling back the layers of an onion. It's like going through a maze, and every time you go get closer to the center, the maze in a sense shrinks, because you're trying to get to the center, and at the center of the maze it's just a little small piece. But this small piece is so powerful because in it is victory. Now let's get to the I am statement, because this week I'm going to focus on who we are and where we are as far as this time thing. We're going to talk about time later on in this week, but right now I want you to claim the power of the I am. I want you to start operating in that. I want you to start living in that. And when I say that, I want you to think about this. You wake up and somebody asks you, how you doing? Well, I'm fine. Or I'm a doctor, or I'm a teacher, or we don't even say the whole damn I am. We done cut it short, because we have lost the value. We have lost the value of what I am states. I am. Every time you say I am, you become. So when I am sad, guess what? Your sadness. When I am depressed, guess what? You are depressed. I am broke, guess what? You are broke. I am upset, guess what? You're broke. But when you say I am joy, I'm joyful, I am peace, I am happy, I am wise, I am knowledgeable. See, the self has the ability to become all those. It doesn't measure whether one is positive or negative. It don't get into that whole morality thing that we dealing with. When you claim it, it's yours. I am. So be careful with the things that you say that you are, because you become them. So when you start off your day, this is why I start off in the morning. I try to do it in the morning because I want you to understand the gravity of what we are doing. You are, in a sense, producing an energy every day when you sit down and listen to this that attracts into your life the things that are going to get you ready for 2014. So stop becoming what you don't want to be. I am sad. I am depressed. I am angry. I am mad. I am broke. I am unsatisfied. I am dissatisfied. I am stressed. When you claim all that shit, you can have it. Excuse my language. You get it. But when you start saying things like, I am peace, I am grateful, I am joyful, I am respect, I am respected, I am knowledge, I am knowledgeable. You empower yourself, and what's even deeper than that, you empower those that are around you, because they get to go off of your reflection. Because everybody that's listening to this right now, you have somebody that's looking up to you. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't be up in the morning listening to me. You are working on something, and when you start working on something and moving towards mastery, people start looking at you. So when they see you becoming what it is you say you want to be, when they see you doing what it is you say you're going to do, you give them permission. See, giving yourself permission is only a small piece of it. When you give yourself permission, you give others permission. Start giving others permission. Start giving yourself permission. This is Brother Hatim, and I'm saying peace. And you have a beautiful, magnificent, and glorious day. And as I usually say, I pray that your day will be as beautiful as you are. Peace, this is Brother Hatim. Good morning in the journey way. It's going to be a great day. It could be nothing less because you're in it. But now, yesterday we talked about the I am. And I said that we was going to deal a little bit with the concept of time. So, there's three major points in time that we're gonna, of course, deal with, and all these points you are pretty much familiar with, but I'm gonna go and say what they are. We're gonna start with the past. Tomorrow we're gonna talk about the future, and then on Thursday we will talk about the present. Now I know most of you thinking that those are out of order, and in the standard frame of reference, they are out of order, and that's for a reason. So let's go ahead and look at the past and giving yourself permission to claim victory over the past, or to celebrate the victories from your past. Many of us are, in a sense, caught in the past. Everything we are is a result of the past. Even our attitudes, even our expression, even the way we deal with people. Yes, we are the result of our past, but we do not have to be a hostage of our past. As a matter of fact, we need to learn how to celebrate the victories from the past. See, because it's through these victories. Because if there's a victory, that means that there was a struggle. And if you are here right now listening to me right now, you have overcome. And in being someone who has overcome, you have gained victory, which means there should be some form of celebration. All the time I see people regretting their past. I see people wanting to erase their past rather than going back into the past in your mind and finding those victories, finding those points of growth, finding those points of overcoming, and learning from them and sharing them with others, because you never know how your story will affect someone else. So give yourself permission to go back in your mind to your past and view your victories, view your struggles, view the points of overcoming, view the points of growth, and celebrate those. Because when you do that, you empower where you are right now, the present, rather than making it weaker, rather than making yourself weaker. Because like I said, it's so many people that run around here ashamed of their past, held back by their past. And the past acts as chains that hold people down. And I don't, and I'm like, no. I mean, actually, the weight from your past should make you stronger. I mean, that's why we go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? I run seeking resistance to make my body stronger. So it only means that if you have a heavy past, you should be stronger. But I'm noticing that people with heavy past are weak because you're not working it. You're not pulling it. You're not stressing. You're not stressing yourself. You're not pushing yourself towards growth. So I'm going to just stop right there. And I'm going to just say, celebrate the victories from your past. Give up being a victim of your past. Because I want you to understand this. If you are listening now, you are a survivor. Not only are you a survivor, you are a winner. You are standing in victory, and you need to celebrate that very fact and go back and find those points where you can constantly talk about the victories so that you can start using your past to propel you forward rather than holding you back. This is Brother Hatim. I'm saying I pray that your day is as beautiful as you are. With that, I say peace. Great day. Good morning.
To have melanin embedded in our skin is a gift.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black. Too strong? Yeah.
We were born to be great.
Oh my gosh, when I say too black, you say too strong. Too black.
Born to be great.
Peace, family. Yo, thank you for joining us. Right? And I'm thrilled to announce the fact that we are now releasing our first free e-course. Come and learn about Geometry Journey. See some of the stuff we do. Come and join the tribe. Tribe up with us and check out the free e-course. We'll make sure that the URL pop up right about here. And it'll probably be somewhere in here. Check us out, family, because we are building. Come and learn about Geometry Journey, and let's build together.
Putting trash on the air. Kill them if they don't leave us alone. Back to their master's throne. Pay the price for their hand in our fate. Fight them with more hate. Can't afford them Our schools are filled with lies. Examine our people's cries. Our conditions says a lot about them. For power, who is him? Politician or in a pulpit? Give them all the cane instead. They hate us without pretense.
Word from the wise, never catch girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine, divine. Word from the wise, never catch your girls among swine. It's just a waste of time, cause they can't see you shine when you walk amongst the blind. Even when you reflect divine. Say, the truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you, for you, for you. The truth is what I'm about to bring. Listen to the message I sing. I want to shine like diamond ring for you. I want to thank God for the gift that He granted to me, to break down things so you can see the truth, the light, with all my soul. From funk, jazz, and rock and roll, I say we can men rule what's overdue. A revolution you and I may come true. We all born sinner and we won't break free until we overcome hypocrisy. So stop